Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Um, Chat. Who's in the chat? Thank you. Thank you for responding. Just waiting for a few more people to come in, and then we'll start 5 minutes before. I don't know. Is Sally here? Oh, sorry. It's Katina. Ooh, okay. Our first speaker hasn't arrived. I can't see her. Um, I'll stop sharing. Stop sharing. Yeah, first speaker hasn't arrived, so it's not looking good. I'll just send her a quick message. Hello, Ursula. Nice to see you here. Somebody else sent a love heart. I missed that. Let's see. Oh, why isn't she here? I'm so sorry. I'm going to start in about 5 minutes. I just want to check if she's on her way. Oh. Okay. Oh, search. Okay. My first speaker hasn't arrived, but I can start and then we'll probably have to improvise here. So my first speaker is Catalina Popovnik. I think that's the way you say it. I'm not 100% sure. She'll correct me when she comes in. I'm just checking the. No, she's not here. Oh, gosh. Okay. Are you coming?
Hello, Abby. Hello, everyone.
Hello, I like your background, Muhiba.
I love it too. I wish I had it in real life.
Uh,
Whereas you look beautiful and glorious and
oh,
glamorous.
thank you. Thank
That
you.
is real.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, so I'll just start quickly, and then if she doesn't turn up, maybe Muhiba, we can have a conversation till Sally starts at 2 o'clock GMT, which is about 6 a.m. No, -5 for EST. So 14 -5, that's 9 a.m. EST, and I think African time is probably about 3 o'clock. That's when Sally starts. But Catalina is not here yet. So I'll just start. And then if she doesn't turn up by then, maybe we can have a conversation if you're okay with that, Mohiba.
Absolutely so. I would love it.
Okay,
And
great.
you are absolutely right.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Fadzai. I don't know if I've said your name right. Sorry if I don't.
You have.
Was that correct?
You have said it right.
Oh,
Yes, you're right.
thank you. Thank you, Fadzai. Yeah, the lovely name. Thank you. Okay, so.
Oh, thank you so much.
And I hope we all have fun here. Maybe the time difference has thrown Catalina off because of all the time zones. Sometimes people get thrown
You're
off.
right.
Yeah.
Remember that once when I was supposed to meet you and Lyndon, and I was there sitting at midnight, none of you showed up. So I said, "What's going on?" Next morning I called you, and you said, "Oh, that was last what?" I said, "I was there at midnight." You said, "No, it was supposed to be midday." Oh, okay. There was no mention of AM, so I presumed it couldn't be AM, it was PM. So time, yes, you're right.
Yes. Yes. So okay. So welcome everyone. I really appreciate you being here. So before we begin, let's just pause and just take a moment, especially now when we're waiting for a guest and she hasn't arrived. Um, Maybe she's panicking. Oh, she's arrived. Great. Welcome, Catalina. I'm so great to have you here. So, before we begin, let's just pause, just take a moment and allow ourselves to arrive. So, just deep breaths just to calm down. Um, so, not as the woman who rushed here, poor Catalina, maybe she had problems logging in, not as the woman who is holding everything together, but as the woman who we choose for ourselves today. So take a slow breath in and a long, slow breath out. And let your shoulders just soften. Let your body settle and let your spirit catch up. This summit exists because we are so accomplished. We're capable women. We carry a quiet weight inside, a sense of still not enough. So we always feel we're not good enough. But yes, we are. And we're here to prove that we are and reclaim that power. And yet, your worth was never meant to be earned. It was never meant to be proven. It was never meant to be postponed. So remember that your worth, this is not a space to fix yourself. You're not broken. Remember that you're not broken. It's a space to remember what has always been true. So over these days, you don't need to continue, you don't need to consume everything. Just listen for what you recognize to be in you. So just be in the moment. You don't have to remember everything. There will always be opportunities to do that. So one sentence, one moment, one gentle shift, and welcome to the Worthy Woman Rising. And we begin together. So I don't know if you can pin myself and Catalina, Ruth, if you can pin us so that it's just us straight because we're going to start now. Oh, she said she's trying to sort the co-host. I can't see Catalina on
Hi, I'm
there.
here.
I can see you. It's just that I'm not. So add
I'm
pin.
here.
Okay, I need to add pin, add pin, add pin, add pin. Yeah. So can you see us side by side?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh, Zoom is so complicated
Yeah.
sometimes.
And technology is complicated. Yeah.
I think I don't know. I was testing it last night, and yeah, and it was like, oh gosh, I don't even know how it all works.
No
But
problem. We learn together. Don't
yeah,
worry.
yeah. So, hello everyone, and as I said, welcome to the Worthy Woman Rising Summit. It's space created for women who are ready to stop performing strength, and start living from truth. So I'm really, really glad you're here, and I really appreciate your time. I know you're all busy women. So today's conversation may touch some of you something tender. So before we begin, I'd like to just introduce Catalina. So today we'll be hearing our first speaker, which is a privilege, the first one. We'll be hearing from Catalina Popovanic. Have I said that
Yeah,
right?
perfect. Yeah.
She's a psychotherapist, a speaker, and a founder of Alive in Her Movement. Catalina works with women who have lived through emotional and psychological abuse and who are now reclaiming their voice, amazing, and their body and their sense of self. So, this conversation is about something many women carry quietly, the impact of being silenced. I don't know why we do that, but this is like global, it's just opposite.
Yeah. It's global. You're right. Yeah.
And the truth that there is life after abuse, and there really is.
Yeah.
Catalina, and it's sometimes it's abuse we don't notice, subtle kind of abuse, and in the workplace too we don't notice it. So Catalina brings deep compassion, lived understanding, and a powerful reminder that your voice matters and that you matter. I invite you to listen gently. Take what resonates and allow this conversation to meet where you are. So, um, like I said, you don't need to do anything. You just need to be present.
Yes, and because it's global, we can help each other heal.
Yes, yes.
Because
So
actually, we speak the same language.
we
Even if
do.
we are, yeah, even if we are from different country, we speak the same language, so we
Yeah,
can help each other grow, thrive, heal, and so on.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So before we start, Catalina, can we talk about healing and voice? So before we talk about the healing and the voice, can you share a little about the work you do now and what drew you to this path?
Well, I'm a survivor of narcissism. So I was born and raised in a narcissistic family with a narcissistic mother, a narcissistic grandmother. So I had no chance. Yeah. And after that, of course, I chose narcissistic partners because, well, that's all I need. That was familiar to me, and so on. And after that, I chose only narcissistic people around me because actually I didn't know anything else. So I chose narcissistic friends, narcissistic partners over and over again till I understood about this. And after that, I became a survivor. I wasn't a victim anymore. But for many, many years, I was a victim. I felt that I have no worth, exactly as you said about many of us. I had no value, I had no voice, and so on. And that is why I work with women who are in narcissistic relationships because, I know about it. I mean, I know about it, besides being a therapist. I mean, I know about it through experience.
Yeah, so you've got the lived experience, which is very different from the academic experience.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's really great because academic, yeah, you can have some academic, but when you have the lived experience, it's really great because you understand. Obviously, everybody's experience is different, but you can feel the emotion of the person. You can relate.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
you have
Because
the empathy.
you were in that person's shoes at some
Mm.
point in life, and that is why I created the global movement after that. Because I've seen the global movement as a global village, as a healthy family, and of course, I didn't have a healthy family, and I needed a community back then. So that is why I created it. So first, it was my need at some point in life, and after that, now I said, oh, I need to create it for other women.
Great, great. That's what's okay. So many women in this summit appear strong. Generally, women we are when we're in the workplace, we appear strong, capable, and successful. Because I guess we have to. It's a kind of survival thing. Yet we carry
Yeah.
invisible experiences of emotional and psychological abuse. So you see a woman out there, you don't really know what's going on inside. From your experience, how does abuse often show up in subtle ways that women themselves might minimize or overlook? Some women don't even realize that
No,
they're
no,
doing.
no. They don't realize. Oh, but maybe, I don't know, maybe he had problems at work and that is why he was angry at home. That is why he told me mean things. Or, oh, he drank a beer or what? All men drink or things like that. And they don't realize they are in an abusive relationship. They don't realize that's emotional abuse. They don't realize that that person tries to I don't know, to distance them from family members and friends and so on, or tries to tell them, oh, you don't need to work, it's okay, I earned enough money, you can stay home. And that's financial abuse, and after that you won't be able to live, and so on. So women don't realize that. Let's say many women don't realize that.
Yes. Yes, and why do you think that so many women just like stay silent, even sometimes when they realize it, not because they're weak, because usually you can
No,
see that
no, no.
very
But
strong
yeah,
women.
but because for example, in my country, in Romania, we were told that oh, but people don't need to know what happens in your home. Oh, but it's a shame to tell
So
the things.
cultural, so
Yeah, yeah,
cultural,
yeah, yeah,
sometimes
yeah. Culture. So
culturally.
in my country is or oh, what will people say? Oh, no, 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 no. We don't do that. No, we don't talk, not even with family members or friends or colleagues. So yeah, we are ashamed to tell the things.
Yeah, so the shame. But you say in your teaching about voice and the body, you say about your voice matters. So
Yes.
what actually happens inside a woman emotionally or physically when her voice has been suppressed for a very long time?
Yeah, it was for example, in my case, it was suppressed even from the beginning because even as a child, I was told that my voice doesn't matter, that I don't need to have a voice, and I don't have the right to have a voice, and I never had a voice. I mean, I couldn't even ask for, I don't know, basic things in my home while I was a child. After that, while I was married, it was the same. So,
Mm.
I wasn't allowed to have a voice. So after that, at some point, it's very difficult to realize that your voice matters. Your voice matters, and you can inspire other people because you are told for so many years that, oh, but you are not allowed to have a voice, and anyway, you are worthless. So who would listen to you anyway, or you have nothing interesting to say. That is very difficult, to have this belief that, oh, but I have a voice, my voice matters, and I have important things to say. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's not easy, but we can help each other realize that.
Yeah, you're right. And so what does so you talk about reclaiming your voice, which is very odd with this summit. I've just come across women that are speaking the same language as me. So
Yeah.
I really resonate with you. So what does reclaiming your voice look like before it becomes speaking out loud?
Well, first to understand that I have needs and I'm allowed to have needs. I'm allowed to fulfill my needs. I'm allowed to have desires and I'm allowed to speak. I'm allowed to speak, to share my experience, to hear other person's stories and to inspire.
So you get that awareness. And
Yeah,
when
that
yeah,
awareness.
yeah, where does the courage come from to act?
Well, it's that
I
courage.
think before we go, because a lot of women, and I know I did this myself,
Yeah.
where you leave and then you go back, and even in the workplace you might experience abuse. But like they say, as you do one thing, you do everything. So if you're experiencing abuse in the workplace, have you experienced abuse in the home or in your childhood? Is that why you're taking it in the workplace? So how what happens before people get the women get the courage to kind of say, no, I'm not having this anymore, and you walk away?
Well, they need to know that they are worthy, because otherwise, okay, I will go to the same job or to the same partner because, well, I'm worthless, so that's all I deserve.
Mm.
Because I'm worthless, I can't find a better job or a better partner. So, okay, I will just settle with that one. I'm glad that one, accepts me because that's all I can.
So, in your experience, what is the first internal shift that tells a woman, I am no longer just surviving, something is changing?
Well, to give herself permission to live, not just to survive, but to live, and to realize that she's worthy to live, and her life is worthy, and she doesn't need to sacrifice for everyone around her, children and everyone, or just walk, on eggshells, not to hurt parents or partners and so on, because it's her life, and she deserves to have a life where she laughs, where she is happy, where she truly lives.
That's amazing. That's really great. So for women listening right now, um, who if they recognize themselves in what you're talking about, who may feel tired, unsure, or they maybe feel disconnected, they feel there's no help out there. What is one gentle but powerful step that she can take to reconnect with herself? I mean, what does your work entail? Can you tell us a bit about
Yeah,
how your work?
to know her resources, that she has courage and so on. Because if she doesn't know that she has all these resources, she doesn't know that she can use them. Okay, I have courage, I have power, I have optimism, I have determination, I have motivation, I have many other resources. So I can use them. So it's important to know that she has this. Because if she believes, oh, but I have nothing to offer. For example, for many years in my country, it was that belief that a woman has nothing to offer except her virginity. So she's not a virgin anymore. She has nothing to offer. So for her rest of her life, she has nothing to offer to a man. So can you imagine it? Can you believe it? Yeah, and we were raised like that, and we were told by parents and grandparents, but that's all you can offer to a man. Your virginity, if you don't have it anymore, well, you have nothing to offer. So, but, yeah, I
Although
mean,
it's not
yeah,
funny,
yeah, 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 maybe
because
it's
a lot of
funny.
women are still
Yeah,
living
yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe it's funny and we can laugh about it now, but
Yeah.
imagine that we were raised like this. So my generation was raised like this. My parents' generation was the same. So, when you when you are told that you have nothing to offer, so of course you believe that you have nothing to offer. So, okay, I will stay in that relationship because, oh, I might think that guy that, he keeps me there because, yeah, I have nothing to offer. Of,
So do you
of
have
course, of
any?
course, it's a stupidity and we can laugh
It
about
is,
that
it
now.
is, it is. But when you're in survival mode,
Yeah,
um, that's it's difficult. There's one thing you said at the beginning that I really like, and you said the victim versus
the survivor.
the survivor.
Yeah,
Yeah. So how does one get from? Because a lot of times when we experience negative things that happen in our lives, we immediately jump to blame somebody else or something else, you know. And although you're not excusing the abuse, but owning is very important. So
yeah.
how did you how would you speak to women who are going through the victim stage? Because
Yeah,
when
well,
you're a victim, you lose power, don't you?
yeah, 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 yeah. You are powerless, you are sure of, but there is no way to start something or to look for another job or to, I don't know, to learn to drive a car and so on because I can't do it. Or to try to do something better in life. Oh, but I can't do it. No, I'm a victim. And, oh, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I don't have money. I don't have a good partner. I don't have a proper job. I'm just a victim. Okay, all the people are yelling at me. Well, okay, I'm just a victim. But after that, step by step, women realize that, oh, but I have a lot of power. Oh, but I can do a lot of things. They start, for example, drive their car. They realize, oh, but I can drive the car by myself. Oh, I can drive the car by myself. Wow, that's great. I don't need somebody else to do it for me. I can, take the water from the supermarket, carry it myself. Oh, I can do it. I can raise the child by myself and things like that. And after that, they realize that they have a lot of resources and they can do a lot of things by themselves. And so they get self-confidence. And after that, they become survivors because, getting self-confidence after that, oh, but I can get out of this relationship because it seems that I can manage by myself. I can raise my own money. I can drive my car and so on. So that is
Yeah.
how, I work with them and they get from victims to survivor.
Do you have any examples of the workplace, how it affects them in terms of their careers? What country are you living in now?
Romania.
Oh, yeah, you're still in Romania.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, 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 yeah.
So yeah, so how do you help the women who are professional women?
Yeah,
Because obviously they're taking that abuse at home, they're probably taking the same abuse at
yeah,
work because
yeah.
there's lack of self-worth. Yeah, so do you work
Well,
with
yeah,
women?
yeah, 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 yeah. But after they know that they are worthy, after that things just fall into place, both at home and job. Because
Okay.
when they realize they are worthy, okay, I won't accept that boss, yelling at me all day, or I won't accept that partner yelling at me all day. Yeah. So once they have self-worth, they just from that things is just work out because they understand they deserve more and they
Yeah,
want
yeah,
more
yeah.
for themselves.
They see that they deserve more. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and after that, they want more for themselves, so they're looking for a better job. They divorce and so on.
yeah. Great, great. That's fantastic. Those I can see. I don't know why I can only see Mohiba, but I can see her writing. Do you have any questions? Because I know
Yeah,
you
yeah,
always
yeah, yeah.
have.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanted to tell you that if the ladies have any questions, we may definitely reply.
Thank you so much. We should have all the presentations, all the talks exactly the way it has gone because we don't want any more slides. Our topics are so vitally us. I was calling my presentation telling our stories. Instinctively, I did it. Whereas, why should I do it? It was called burnout and boundaries. And that's the first time in my life I wrote telling our stories. I just felt like just telling stories. I just felt like listening to your stories. I don't want to be talking about one thing and another. So you have confirmed this through this introductory talk. We couldn't have had a better talk than this conversation between the two of you. And indeed, I'm taking notes, 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 because there is so much to share with you when you speak of your lived experience. I found myself calling people I knew quite well had gone into burnout, and listening to them, I said, listening to you was better than going through all the statistics and all the research I did. It simply confirmed it. One burnout experience, and you know a lot more than anything else. I loved what we were talking about. Are you originally, sorry to ask, Catalina, are you originally from Romania?
Yeah. I'm from
So,
Romania.
their virginity is important. Let me assure you, I
Yeah.
have hardly ever been to a place or known a place where virginity is not a limiting belief for women,
Oh,
and more so just for the whole society. It's a
oh, that's
limit.
so sad.
It is everywhere I know of, everywhere I've heard of. I went to the United States in 1970, and this girl came to me and said, I know you come from an Arab Muslim country, and I'm so pleased to talk to you about the need to remain virgin. I said, sorry, you're talking to the wrong person. So find someone else. Because I've always said, and still continue to say, the two limiting beliefs for women is first virginity. So we are evaluated according to a couple of centimeters. All
Yeah.
of our brains, our experience, our love for love, and
Our value, actually.
everything is dumped if you
Yeah.
happen to have lost these couple of centimeters. And I say, sorry, no, it doesn't resonate with me. And the second is remaining loyal to uh, a cheater. You know that.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
all
but
over the place.
you should understand him. Oh,
Of
but
course,
men are like
he
this.
has
No, you should
special
keep
needs.
your family. You can't. You can't let your children without a father. No, you
Yeah,
should keep and
yeah,
stick to that family.
absolutely. Even in my own culture, where divorce is 100 times easier than probably in Romania or elsewhere, where I've been looking into divorce and how difficult it could be. In my own culture, it takes no time to divorce. You still stick to a man because of what you were saying.
Yeah,
I have already married. Too late. I would be devalued by 9/10 next morning because I'm no longer a virgin. I'm no longer a young girl. I'm now a married, a formerly married woman. All of these wonderful things you were saying that we share, that we have together. And you're right to see the difference between victim and survivor, because I see it for burnout. You know, everyone who has gone through a burnout, yes, is likely to say, I'm a burnout survivor, because it's surviving. If you have survived one burnout, you are safer for later burnouts. Much safer. I'm saying all these because you are giving me, you triggered all these thoughts, not me. I'm not talking about things I've come up with. It's the result of listening to you and choosing your partner according to the family you have been in. I chose a people pleaser. I am not a people pleaser at all. Abby knows it. And I realized only a few years ago that, oh, my family are all people pleasers. And
yeah,
my husband, oh, certainly a people pleaser. Well, but my friends, they are all people pleasers. And
exactly.
what have I done in my life? And funny enough, we choose those people, they choose us.
Yes,
They also chose me because I could speak up for them. I could go out and say, oh, no, no, no. You return this product because it's good for nothing. My husband would say, how come it's no, oh, no, no. I say, I'll do it. I'll fight for you. And I spent my whole life fighting for someone who has always been a victim. My family always been a victim. And so, yes, do we need courage? Abby's question, you
yes,
have answered it. I say it's not that we need courage. It's a need. It's not courage. It's a need. It comes out of you. You say no. Not because you have been courageous. I am extremely transparent and outspoken. Not because I'm courageous. I feel the need to speak up and say, oh, this is not fair. So you see, give yourself permission. I heard you say that give yourself permission not to bear with what
yes,
somebody has imposed on you. And you spoke of blackmail. Indeed, you are blackmailed since a child. Don't
yes,
do this. Don't do that because you are taken care of, between brackets, by people who are your opposite. So they make sure you will grow up as not to question their authority.
yes, of course. Yeah,
You've
yeah,
explained it beautifully well. Sort of, don't question my authority. So Be a little girl, obedient little girl. Go on all your life like this. But because I was brought up by people pleasers, I was brought up to be outspoken, to be a fighter, to be saying exactly what I think. Thank you. I better be brought up by people pleasers then. I have come to
Yeah,
this.
talking about people pleasers, because I think that's a big one that you find in society. So, Catalina, do you have any things to work with? You know, that a child grows up, they want to please their parents, isn't it? They say they want the love of their parents, so they're always trying to. I have somebody that I know, and she was like an A-star student, and that was because she felt she would get love from her parents if she was A-star. You can get the opposite with kind of things. Well, I'm not going to get any love, so I'm just going to trash everything, you know. So the people pleasing thing, which is a defense thing as we're growing up as children, but we carry it into our adulthood sometimes, and then we start people pleasing for everybody.
Yeah, for example, in my case, my family told me that I'm a very, very, very bad child with no empathy at all, and that's because I don't know, maybe I breathe or I dare to breathe or to ask a glass of water or something. I mean, like basic needs, because of course, if I didn't do exactly as they wanted, or if they thought that I might think not to do exactly as they wanted, that means that I'm a very bad child. And so, if, for example, my mother caught a cold or something, something that it had nothing to do with me, of course, they told me that I am to blame, that it's my fault, that I upset her. And that's exactly how my whole childhood and my whole life was. So I was blamed for everything. I was told that I'm a
And
bad
now,
child. So after that, people pleasing, just comes. It's normal because, oh, I have to please everyone. I have to be a good man. Oh, but I was told for so long that I'm a bad man. I'm a, bad woman, bad man. So now I need to prove that I'm a good person.
and now, how do you work with the people pleasing? Do you have to do you have to think about it so that you're not people pleasing, or is it now part of you so you don't really people please?
Now it's important to realize how come we became this way. And after that, to realize that we don't need to prove that we are good people and so on. So, for example, in my case, I realized that, oh, but I don't have to please everybody. I need to please myself. I mean, I'm a person myself, okay. And now I'm not a bad person if I say no, if I put boundaries.
If
But
I may,
of course, it
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
easy.
boundaries. Okay, so boundaries is another good topic to. So
Yeah.
yeah, so give us like some strategies. You've mentioned boundaries. You mentioned people pleasing. I think you mentioned about support.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
but boundaries are essential because if we have a lot of empathy and we have no boundaries, well, that's definitely not good. We can say no. We can say no, that's not okay for me in this moment, or no, I won't help you today, and so on. No, I won't work overtime. No, I won't work during the weekends. No, that's not okay for me. That doesn't fit me, and so on. But it's not easy to be able to put boundaries and after that maintain boundaries, of course, because of course
Yeah.
the others will, no, you need to do this because you always did like that. Oh, because you are a bad person if you don't do like this. So it's not easy, but we can learn to put boundaries and to maintain boundaries and to be able to say no without feeling guilty and without ruminating of that. Oh, I said no. Oh, that person will I
You're
don't
feeling
know.
guilt without guilt. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
upset that person. He will hate me for the rest of his life.
so do you want to talk about your programs? I take it you have some programs and you have a free gift. Do you want to talk about more about that? Oh, before we start, are there any more questions, Muhiba? Have you done with your questions? I know you
Yeah,
always have your
Mohiba. Yeah, yeah,
mind.
yeah. Mohiba wanted to say something. Please,
yeah,
Mohiba.
yes, thank you so much. Thank you. You have triggered so many. I often tell Evie, you have triggered so many ideas because sometimes if I'm not interested, you'll hear me just keep quiet. You will not hear. I will keep quiet, not interested. This is the so I'm so triggered today because you are using we are using the same terminology. My talk today is about burnout and boundaries because boundaries are everywhere in my life for a very simple reason. I did not know there was something I could call boundaries. And
Yeah,
so all my
I
life,
didn't know either.
absolutely, only when I went into coaching, I said, you know what? I love this word. Boundaries.
Am
Now,
I allowed to put boundaries? Am I allowed to do that?
whereas me, I would have allowed myself to put boundaries. Now you know my character.
Yeah.
But I didn't know they existed, the term, the concept of boundary. I didn't know it existed, particularly that I was so surrounded by people pleasers. And so they would moan and groan. They were victims. They would tell me, and I would look at them and say, they are so kind. I can't put boundaries. And now I understand the difference, because one of the questions was, what about people pleasing? Are they not kind people? They are such wonderful people. But they get a confusion between pleasing yourself and consequently others.
Yeah.
This is nice, this is good. And pleasing the others and suffering and having pain and regretting it. And what for?
Yeah.
Don't please anyone if you can't please yourself. Don't please anyone. And this is what I tell people who come to me and get confused. And I say, so you want me to stop being good? No, no, no. Continue pleasing yourself. You please everyone.
Yeah, but
Everyone.
in the airplane, the flight attendants before the flight
Yes, yes,
begins,
yes,
they
yes.
say, put your oxygen mask to you first if something happens, and only after that to the people near you, even though it's a child. So that's exactly what's important to remember. We need to put ourselves the mask oxygen first, and after that to the other, not the other. And oh, okay, maybe I will remember myself, maybe not.
I always say, if you hesitate, put this metaphor in front of you. I
Exactly.
advise them,
Yeah,
put this
exactly.
picture, and you will understand
Yes.
immediately what it means. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, because we heard it, from flight attendants many times when we are flying, but we never realize that, oh, but we can adapt this into our daily life.
Absolutely. Only coaching brought this image to me. As you say, I took the plane, dozens of times, but only coaching brought this idea to me and this image to me. Save yourself, and then you can save others. Don't do the
Yeah, because
opposite.
actually,
And
if you
save
are
others.
not okay, you can't, help others.
Absolutely so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Eno put in the comments. She said, "Very true. Everything that you're saying. An important access of life if you want results." So yeah, I like what she said there. If you want results, this is so important to have the boundaries, come away from the people pleasing. That is such a great comment that she made. So I don't know if you've got anything to add to what she said in the comments.
well, it's important because otherwise you can't live for yourself because you'll always live for the others. You'll
Yeah.
always please the others. You'll always be there for the others, and you just forget about your needs.
And
But
I
if
guess one great thing is that, and I guess Muhiba will be telling us about this later, is that ultimately you might end up with burnout, which is what
Yes.
a lot of women have. And Muhiba is good. She's an expert in the burnout field, and she's going to tell us more about that. So Dr.
yes,
Muhiba will
Yeah,
hear
because
from her.
actually we forget about the needs, we forget about our, own
and
person and so on.
and
Yes.
concerning results, I love the question. You're right. I love the question concerning results. Funny enough, when you are a people pleaser, you end up getting exactly opposite results.
Yeah.
Exactly opposite results. I had the experience. I went with a colleague, so I had respect for her. She was a senior colleague, and she invited me to the restaurant. And she ordered oysters and something else I loved. I ordered something. She ordered oysters, and she said, "We share." I had never eaten oysters. I touched the first one. I nearly struggled. I nearly got strangled. She looked at me. She said, "Oh my God, you don't like them." I dared not say I don't like them. So I said, "Oh, I love them." And she said, "Okay, then we share. You take four. I took four." I nearly died. Thank God I was 20. Not 77. No. Meanwhile, I said, never again. I like it. I don't like it. If I had said no, she would have loved her oysters. She ordered them.
Yeah.
No. And I struggled because she realized I would take an oyster and drink water to have it like a tablet. She said, "You can't be serious." I said, "Well,
I like the voices this way.
that's your answer for results. Results for
Yeah.
people pleasing. That is the silliest you would get. And I would have 100 examples having lived with people pleasers. Yeah,
Yeah, when it would have been easier to say, no, I don't like oysters.
absolutely.
You
Just
can
like
have them all. Yeah.
have them all and you can share my rice. I don't mind. But certainly no more oysters in my life.
Yeah, but we are embarrassed to say this. Yeah.
Absolutely. Too
Yeah,
shy.
so say
I don't
no.
want to
So,
hurt her. Well, I definitely hurt her when she saw me swallowing them with water. So you get the opposite results when you are a people pleaser. Be yourself. Allow others to be themselves. Tell them no when it's no, yes when it's yes. Otherwise, you get them confused. They never know what you have in mind. Don't get them confused. You will get the best results by avoiding people pleasing.
Yeah, yeah.
that
So
is so true.
just tell them your needs, your desires, what's okay for you, what is not okay for you.
Exactly.
And of course, maintain this. If they try, to push the boundaries, just maintain them. No, it's not okay for me.
So Martina Enel put in the chat from this discussion that we've been having. She said a few years back, I discovered that if I love myself and try to please myself, I discovered that people look at what I did and were pleased. So if I give myself the best, people will get the best. If I do something to you that pleases me, then you will be pleased. That is so profound. I love that. Thank you so much, Martina. I think Martina, I
Yeah,
know.
yeah. But well, it's not easy to learn, to love ourselves.
Okay, so great, great, great. Because I'm all into this self love. Oh
Uh,
yeah,
Yeah,
it's not easy to live uh, by our own rules. It's much more weird to live
yes.
someone else's rules. It's so difficult to be ourselves correct. It is impossible to be someone else's life, whatever. I can't. I can't. I once tried to be darker. So I put oil and lemon. And I ended up having, a dozen. My face went like that with pimples all over the place. I spent 10 years to get rid of them. After that, I said, keep your color. Don't change it. Don't try. That's better for you.
Yeah.
Don't
And
be
I
so.
like myself the way I am.
Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. So yeah, that is so great. That was such a great comment about love, and like you said, sometimes it's not easy for some people to do that for themselves, and sometimes they need help. And I guess maybe you can tell us about your free gifts if you've got one, which we can put in the chat, and about your offer. So if you like to talk to us about all
Yeah,
that, that
yeah.
would.
Well, people may contact me for group therapy or individual therapy, and I have a Facebook group called Alive in Her, and there women support each other. So if you would like, feel free to join.
Alive, alive, alive in her. Did you say?
Alive in Her, yeah, 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 Alive in Her. That's exactly like the movement.
Oh, that sounds really lovely. I think I'm going to join that group too.
Yeah, and after there, coaches offer free coaching and so on.
Beautiful.
So
Yeah, we
yeah,
should
so you,
join.
you offer coaching too,
Yeah,
and
I
so
mean, skills, time. People offer different things there. Skills, time.
if you check in the chat, everybody that's on here, where it
Yeah.
says chat, and you check there, you see the links to Catalina's stuff. And Martina's put another lovely comment in there. I saw myself being burnt out, so you like Muhiba's conversation. Burnt out when trying to do what people want. And there are many people that just want us to live for them and do what they want. Sorry. How can I please all of them? So trauma and depression comes when you want to please
Yeah,
others.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Please
definitely.
yourself.
Yeah, depression, anxiety, and so on. Yeah, because it's normal for them to appear because you don't live your life. You live the life somebody else told you, oh, but you need to live that life. For example,
So in your
actually,
work, in
yeah,
your work as a psychotherapist, I mean, I know some people have to be on medication, but
yeah, 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 yeah. Some people are on
yeah,
medication
but
because the anxiety is so high and they have chronic depression, so they need the pills to help them for a while.
for a while, yeah. So
Yeah, for a
I think
while.
that's the important thing because I think
Yeah.
sometimes some people get really fixed on that and continue for years and years
No,
and
no,
years.
no, no, no. It's just for a while to help them, and after that, through pills and therapy, they get better.
So
But for
you
a while, they need pills, so it's okay, and we can normalize. It's okay to take pills, when for depression, anxiety, when you need them.
you help you help women do that
Yes.
to get to that stage probably when they're with or without medication, you help them to get to the stage so that they're able to walk on their own. Like it says in the plane, um, look after yourself first. Yeah,
Yeah, and
yeah.
because many women have children, it's very important to be okay, exactly like in the plane, so they
Oh
can
yes.
raise their children and so on. Because it's not easy with depression and anxiety to raise a child and to be present there, emotionally and so on. So it's very, very important for them to be good.
And like you said, because for you, you said you had it from your parents from when you're very young. So it's very important to do that healing so that you don't pass the same thing
Yes,
down generations
yes.
for yourself, for the child, and for society too.
Yes, but it's not easy because in many cases we don't even realize, our negative beliefs that we have depression, anxiety, and so on. People don't even realize, oh, but I have depression, oh, but the reason that, or I have burnout, or the reason that I can't get out of the bed or I can't get out of the house is that I have depression. They don't know about it, so that is why they don't ask for help.
So is there a way? So basically, we like I can't help somebody else. That person has to realize.
Yes, and to
Yeah,
ask for
yeah,
help.
yeah, to ask for help. Yeah, because what I've noticed actually, there's a friend of mine, and she keeps going back to the same abusive situation. But what I've noticed is that she's blaming herself, or maybe if I did something different, this wouldn't happen.
Yeah, or it was my fault for sure, or oh yeah, but he will change. I will wait here till he changes. Or if I will cook him 3 meals instead of two, oh, it will get better. If I do that, it will, and so on and so on. And of course, it's not about them, and they won't get better.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
do you
but
have a
until she realizes this and she heals herself, she will choose, she will follow the same pattern, so she will choose the same man over and over again.
Oh, great. This has been so inspirational. Actually, somebody just put in the chat something really nice. Thank you. She said this discussion is so educational and inspirational. Thank you. That was Thembi. I hope I'm saying it right. Thembi said that. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for your knowledge. Is there anything else? Are there any more questions? Is there anything else you want to tell us? If guys, if you want to ask a question, you can look at the reactions at the bottom with the heart and raise your hand, or you can put something in the chat if you got any questions.
Yeah, if ladies have any questions.
Or Mohibe is scratching again.
She sees me. Abby is used to me, she used to me. The one thing I'm going to say is that you have convinced me that for my own presentation, it's going to be this sort of talk. I will leave aside all my slides and all my research work,
We need your
etc.
slides. We
Yeah,
need your
Everything will be
slides.
kept
yeah, yeah,
aside.
because when talking, we realize many things.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's
but if you show us your slides, and then I'll take notes to ask questions and lots of, or if we're allowed to interrupt you either in the chat or
it's going to be
personally.
interactive anyway.
Yeah,
But
we could.
you
Okay.
have given me I'm convinced. We just drop them all slides and
Yeah.
chat and have this lovely, lovely chat. And thank you so much, Abby and
Catalina, yes.
Thank
Catalina
you, thank you. And
and
that is
Dr.
why it's
Father.
important to understand that when we share stories,
Yes.
it's better than only, presentation. And as you said, so we can share stories, we can share our experiences, we can learn from them, and so on.
And that's learning. And that is
Yeah,
learning.
learning. And besides, when sharing experience, we realize that it wasn't our fault, that it didn't happen only to us. Because
Yeah.
otherwise we believe, oh, but it happened only to me because I was a bad person or things like
Mm,
that, or because, I was worthless. But when we share it and realize that, a lot of women went through the same thing, we realize, oh, but it wasn't only me.
And what
And
is fantastic, sorry,
yeah, 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 please.
go
what
on,
is
go on.
fantastic is that even if you are saying exactly the opposite, we can transfer it and understand it in another context. You were talking about these women who who just imposed their law on you, who simply stopped you from being yourself, who were narcissistic, all of
Yeah,
them. And I transferred this knowledge to my own family made up of people pleasers. And the result is the same, that
Isn't
you
it?
don't
Isn't it? That's
understand.
really weird, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah,
Sorry?
because in the end, we don't know who we are, who you truly
Yes.
are. So even though they were narcissistic
That's
or
the
people
key.
pleaser, yeah, we
I
don't
like
know.
what you
So we
just
need
said.
to discover, exactly, we need to discover, but who am I? What do I really like? What
And
are
I
my
love that.
hobbies?
I think that's the key. We need to reclaim who we are
Yeah.
because we
Actually,
think
we
there's
need to
something
learn
else.
because we did, in many cases, we didn't even know.
Hmm.
So we
now,
need to
funny
find
enough,
out for the first time who we really are. If I like chicken or I don't like chicken, but I was told that I need to like chicken. If I like ice cream, if I like trousers, if I like, and so on.
and funny enough again, is that we end up, maybe the situation is reverse, but it's worth exploring. Like me, I have ended up thinking, my God, I know exactly who I am. People around me know exactly who I am, what I want, what I like. Only those brief moments like the oyster episode. But that is one episode in a lifetime. But my problem is I don't understand people pleasers. I say they have invited me. Why did they insist? And it turns out they couldn't say no, so they invited me, although it wasn't the right time, nor the right period, nor the right context. Why on earth have they done it then? People pleasing. So
Yeah.
Hmm.
my problem is when I am with people pleasers, I don't get it. I don't understand what they are doing and talking and who they are. Who they are. So you see how when we
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
knowledge, use it, at least I realize it's the other I don't understand. I understand myself. Everyone understands me. I don't understand people pleasers. And you see, that's it. That's knowledge. Knowledge that is creative through conversations, interaction. That is true knowledge. And I can't stop thanking you both for this wonderful, wonderful conversation. Thank you ever so much.
Oh, thank you, Muhiba. And thank you so much. I think somebody said thank you in the chat. Let me just see. Um, Thank you, Catalina. It will be helpful for women and our younger generation. So great. I think I'm so focused on the younger generation because especially even with the boys, because people say, oh, boys are this way. And I'm thinking, but who's bringing up the boys really?
Yeah, 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 yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah,
so
yeah, but maybe the boys are raised by by narcissistic mothers or by mothers
yeah,
with
yeah, true,
depression who can't be
true.
present.
True, true, true. So, as a society, we all need to collaborate and work together. You can't blame one side, and we
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah,
not.
yeah,
It
yeah.
starts with us. It starts with you, generally. Somebody else, Jamina also said, "Amazing discussion." And so this was Hannah Mohammed said,
Yeah, it would be
"Thank you,
great
Katrina. It'd be helpful for women
it would be
and our
great if
younger
we have
generation."
these kind of talks and they get to younger girls and so on,
Yes,
so they understand they are worthy and they deserve great jobs and
exactly.
great
So
partners and so on. Yeah.
yes, and I think I'm going to join your movement because I think that movement of especially speaking to the younger generation coming up is just so important because they're the future and we are well, I'm already almost done. Almost completely cooked.
No,
So
no, 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 no.
The right to have a different view. We are never
Myself
done.
too. Yeah.
We are never done until
No, not
we
even
are
when,
done.
no, exactly, not even when we are 90. At 90 years old, I'm going to wear colors exactly like you, and I'm going to be the most colorful woman.
Absolutely.
Yes,
But only when we are done. And God
exactly.
knows, maybe we are not done. Even when we go, we're not done.
Yeah.
correct, correct. And so Gloria said, I had problems saying no, but I stopped compromising because you can't please everyone. Just be yourself and be empowered so that you won't be over dependent. And I am
Yes.
so glad to be here. That's lovely. And then Hannah also said, I have to add that even if women have had the courage to move on and reclaim themselves, the society
Yeah,
drags us
yeah, yeah, yeah,
down
yeah, yeah, yeah.
because of the stigma. And that is so right. That is so right. But from my experience, I feel that if you truly know who you are, but you have to keep reminding yourself, it doesn't go away. If you truly know who you are, that's your best chance of standing up because, like Hannah has said, the society um, really keeps us down. And some of the people in the society are women like us too, who are also keeping us
Yeah,
down.
yeah, yeah, and they judge us and so on.
Yeah,
Oh, but she divorced. Oh, she did that to herself, to her children, to her family. Oh, what a shame! What and so on. Yeah, so in Romania, these are a lot
yeah,
of cases, and the society thinks exactly like that. Or, for example,
and-
if a woman is raped, the first thought of how was she dressed? Oh,
yeah.
but maybe she was. Oh, but if she was dressed like that, it's normal that she was raped. And women say this. So, oh my God,
Yeah, yeah. So support, like you talked about support. So that's
Yes.
very important. So everyone, if you can join Catalina's group, what was it again? Something her?
Alive in her.
Alive in her.
Because
I'm going to join it.
it's alive. We don't
Yeah.
just survive. We truly live. We are alive and we feel alive. So that is why it's alive in her.
Yeah, that is such a good, because having people that understand and having a community is very important,
Yeah, who
because
don't
like Hannah
judge,
said,
who supports us, and yeah.
yeah, because society keeps us down. But if you've got people who are trying to raise themselves and reclaim their worth, and you're all speaking the same language, it makes it easier. So thank you so much, Catalina, for your
Thank you.
words, hold so much care, truth, and permission. So before we close, I want to remind everyone listening that Catalina has shared a resource with us on in the chat, and you can explore her work further through the Alive in Her movement. She's a psychotherapist, so she's got professional knowledge and practical knowledge of how to help someone you can speak to. And now I'd like to just offer a short reflection, and anybody who wants to can do so too. So I see women from this talk and from my experience as powerful. We have an innate power in us, and we're really special. But through the decades and centuries, we have somehow lost and we've forgotten who we truly are. And it's about reclaiming that power back. So remember who you are. And if anybody else wants to give a reflection, that will be good. Something's coming. Responsible. What do you mean, Abnet? Mama Abnet. What do you mean by responsible? Oh, you had a message. Okay. I see everything that boys are mostly excused as if it is their mothers who raised them wrong. It's both parents and society. I don't hear much about the fathers being held responsible. Also, I don't see men being made responsible for their own self as an adult. Yeah, but the only thing we can do is work on ourselves, unfortunately. Um, if we work on ourselves as individuals and we're able to work on our sons and our daughters, hopefully our sons and our daughters will make a difference. So it's not going to be a quick fix because this is the way society is. But if we start with ourselves and then pass that on to our children, the boys and the girls, because sometimes in some societies, the boys are allowed to get away with a lot of things which the girls are not allowed to. So they're going to become men who are very self-centered, and it's not their fault because that's the way they've been raised. So it has to start with us, unfortunately. And Marie says, I like that one. She says, "You are not what happened to you. My mantra to keep going every day. Thank you for your section." And our next speaker is Sally, which is at 2 o'clock. So if anybody wants to say do you have your hand up, Dr. Muhiba?
Just for one thing,
Your reflection,
for
please.
one thing, my reflection is years ago, somebody said, I was talking, saying, how society controls us, does this to us. And before I could finish my sentence, he said, society doesn't exist except in your head. From that moment on, society disappeared, just disappeared. And I have become free of that thought. I do as I please, and if it's wonderful, I'm happy and people are happy. If it's less wonderful, I get rid of it without any thought about society, society, society. Poor thing, society is made up of us.
Yeah.
And us, everyone is different from the next one. That's my reflection. keep away from this thought. You will be happy in society.
Great, thank you. And I have a last comment from Ursula who says, "You really touched me, Catalina, and to know that there is support for women that have suffered in silence." Gosh, that's just giving me a lot of goose pimples. There, and then Marie says, "Thank you, Mohiba. Society is only in our head. We'll hold on to this point."
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Oh, great. That's so lovely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So we are running a bit early. I did leave extra time just in case we overran. I didn't want to overrun. So I don't know if Sally is ready. So
Yeah,
we
I
are,
can go now if you're ready.
oh, great, great. That's fantastic. Can you pin us to Sally again? Is going to be a conversation. Muhiba, you're on your own. Actually, you've got Wilda. She likes to talk, so she might engage with you. Okay, great. Thanks, Sally, for being here. And so our next speaker is Sally O'Hara. And I'm joined by Sally, a feminine leadership coach for high achieving women who are ready to redefine success the feminine way. I love that. I really, really love that sentence. She guides women out of burnout. So we're having a lot of burnout driven, burnout driven hustle and into self leadership that feels sustainable, powerful, and deeply fulfilling. So today, Sally is sharing her personal story in this session, the courage to choose yourself, how healing from narcissistic relationships awakened my feminine power and self leadership. That seems to be a theme. Now, I think that's a common thing around, isn't it, the narcissism. So through her lived experience, she'll explore how choosing yourself, even when it feels impossible, becomes the gateway to authentic confidence, calm authority, and influence with ease. Okay, so I think we're pinned next to each other, so that's great. Yeah, I can see you. Thank you. Okay, I'll start with. So, so I'd love to begin, Sally. I'd love to begin here. What did the height of success look like for you from the outside, and what was it quietly costing you on the inside?
Hi, first of all, thank you very much for having me today. So in hindsight, people call it success, but it wasn't actually success at all. But in my early 40s, my life looked like, so I was a mum of two. I was running two of my own businesses. I
Sorry
had,
to interrupt. You're saying your early 40s. Are you saying you're more than your early 40s now?
yeah, I'll be 50 in a couple of months.
Oh my gosh, you look good. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
I had to say that.
So I was, yeah, early 40s. I had two children. I was divorced. I had two children. I was running two businesses. I had a partner who had two children. So I was blending a family. I was also running my partner's business for him. And I was also a full-time carer for my nan. So I had it all going on all of the time. Um, I never even really considered, oh, I've got a lot on my plate, because it didn't all come at once. As life goes, as you go through life, just things keep adding. And in hindsight, I also can see that I was never choosing, do I want to run two businesses or do I want to take on my partner's business? I was just, yep, I can do that. Yep, I can do that. Yep, I can do that. And was just doing it. I didn't even, I mean, I was left to care for my nan because my mum died years before. So there wasn't anyone else to do it. So I would gladly would look after her. But again, I'm doing a lot, and looking after somebody takes up time, and it takes up, she wanted to sit and talk a lot, and that takes a lot out of you as well. So none of that was um, considered. So I wasn't even looking at what is this costing me. I was just doing, and very, as I know now, very disassociated from myself, and just never considered anything. I just did, constantly do, and that's what success, for me back then. That's what it looked like. Yep, I'm doing it all. I'm juggling everything. I'm keeping everything going. Yay! This is it. This is the dream, which didn't last. Let's put it that way. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. I was there talking to myself. Oh, that's a great question. For everybody who doesn't know, Nan is a grandmother. That's the nice name that the English give their grandmothers, Nan.
Yes, sorry about that. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's okay. So your moment of awakening, was there a specific moment, or perhaps a series of moments that made you realize that you couldn't keep living that way anymore? So what was happening inside you at this point?
So by my about 42, 43, I started getting these symptoms in the body, and I mistook it for perimenopause. So I just carried on. It's like, this is what happens. So I was getting, I had a little bit of brain fog. My feet were hurting all of a sudden, like the bottom of my feet were in agony. I had an awful lot of migraines, like an awful lot. And it increasingly got worse over a year, to the point that the brain fog was so bad that as a thought was coming in my mind, it would leave before I'd even think it. So it's not, I was even forgetting things that I couldn't even get to the thought in the first place. The joint pain got so bad that I really couldn't even walk anymore. I could just about get to the car and then hold on to the supermarket trolley and drag myself around a supermarket. I was extremely tired. So I went for some tests and stuff and got the diagnosis. I had a fibromyalgia diagnosis. So that was okay. This is my first actual sort of physical illness, if you want to call it an illness, that I'd ever had. So I was like, okay, this is my time now. I need to sort this out. If I want to carry on doing all of this stuff and looking after all of these people, I can't do it anymore. So that was the beginning of it, I think, was definitely the fibromyalgia diagnosis.
It's weird, like you come up with this thing that so many of us women say, looking after everybody else, and we just feel that it's our duty to look after. And you obviously running businesses, you had a lot. So are you saying that? So what is that? Was there a connection with your physical illness and the emotional trauma that you went through? Or
At this point, I didn't even know I'd been through emotional trauma.
Mhm.
I was so disconnected, and I'd had an awful lot. So that what I've just told you, that's me in my early 40s. But my 30s, or my late 20s, my mum got diagnosed with cancer. I had a baby, got married, had another baby, and when I was growing my second baby, my mum was in her last year of life. So as she was dying, I'm trying to grow another human. And my daughter was born, and then 11 weeks later, my mum died. And then 4 days later, my granddad died. So my grandmother lost her daughter and her husband in the same week.
Oh my gosh.
And then my stepdad fell apart and became alcoholic. My brother nearly lost his job, and my husband couldn't cope, so he decided to go and live in a hotel for 6 months. So that was the big, and then I got divorced and then I lost my home. So that's where the trauma
Oh my
was
gosh, that's a lot.
started. But I didn't, at this point at 42, I had no idea that
Mm,
that had costed me. I just kept going, kept going, kept going. So I think the fibromyalgia diagnosis wasn't from just, oh, you've now blended a family and you're running some businesses. This
Mm.
is, you know, a lifetime of trauma
Yeah,
to get to this
yeah,
point.
yeah. Yes, yes, yes. We find that, don't we? So once the realization landed, what did your healing journey actually look like? Not the polished version, but the real human process of the healing.
Well,
Come back later.
it was, I mean, and again, at this point, I'd never even heard of a healing journey. Like, I'd
Mm,
never heard of trauma, really. I knew nothing about anything at all, apart from anxiety, because I was an anxiety coach, just
mhm,
getting started with that. But I'd been in interior design and ceramic design before that, so this was quite a new area for me.
mm,
And I think literally the day before I went to get the fibromyalgia diagnosis, somebody told me to go and see a kinesiologist. I didn't never heard of that, so I went, and they told me I had candida in the stomach or the intestines,
yeah.
and said you need to cut out sugar. So I was like, well, okay. And then I think, oh, it's the same day. So I think I did
The
that in the
enemy.
morning, then got the fibromyalgia diagnosis in the afternoon. And for that, basically, I ticked 10 boxes, and they said, it's something you're stuck with now for the rest of your
Mm,
life. The pain will get worse, so here's a prescription for some morphine. And even though you sleep really well, you won't soon. So here's a prescription for some sleeping tablets. We don't hold a fibromyalgia clinic anymore, so I'm going to sign you off right now. And that was that. So straight
That's
away,
very hopeful, isn't it? Very positive news for you, isn't it?
yeah, yeah, lifetime diagnosis. It's going to get worse. I think he even said to me, "You're going to have days where you won't be able to get out of bed." So what I suggest is on the days that you can, you do double so that you can keep up with your life. And I said to him, so on the days I can't get out of bed, do my kids just not go to school then? They have to do double lessons the day before? Like, how does that work? And that was the help.
Oh
You know?
my gosh, that's awful. So you must have felt so alone and so. I mean, how did you? I can't even imagine. How did you even cope?
Well, I'm a doer, which is why we get ourselves into this mess in the first place. And I also don't take no for an answer, and I'm very curious. Um, and when he said that, something in me just didn't believe that that was that, because I had heard of a little bit about holistic stuff. So I just
Hmm.
thought, okay, I'm going to go and have a look at what else is out there. I don't know what that is yet, but I'll go and have a look. So I found a nutritional therapist, which I did for the candida, did 2 huge protocols with her, and within a couple of months I've got rid of all of the symptoms of the brain fog. At this point I had all my organs were in pain. That left me. My feet went back to normal. um yeah, all of those symptoms that I thought were perimenopause, they all went. Like, and the brain fog was the biggest one, because I couldn't hold on to thoughts. For my brain just to go back to normal, and it was back to being really sharp again, I was like, oh, okay, this was more sort of stress and stuff. This was nothing to do with perimenopause yet.
Yeah.
That was great. Then I went into therapy for the first time in my life. As you know, probably the English aren't as into therapy as some countries. I'm quite open to trying things though, so I went into therapy, which then turned into finding out I had PTSD, or complex PTSD, and went into some narcissistic recovery. And whilst I was doing that, I then started, it was just coming to me because I'm very good at using my intuition,
Mm,
and things were presenting themselves, and I was like, oh yeah, I think I'll try that. So I went into lots of different healing modalities, like plant medicine ceremonies, breath work. I did a course on the vagus nerve,
mm,
a trauma informed course. So I just went for it for 2 years. I was just doing all of this stuff
Gosh,
all
that's
together.
amazing. So what did the height of success look like for you, and what was it costing you?
We've done that one.
Have we? Sorry. Oh,
I've answered
okay.
that.
Yeah, thank you for correcting me. Yeah, as we okay, so as you explored your relationships more deeply, what did you begin to see about how narcissistic dynamics had shaped the way you showed up in life, in particular, how you led, how you loved, and how you related to yourself?
So before, I just wanted to say this is really important for some people to hear.
Okay.
I'd heard about narcissism
Mhm.
years and years before I started therapy. My ex-husband is a narcissist, and I didn't know that. And we'd separated for quite some time. He had a new partner who he had finished with, and she phoned me, and she said he's a narcissist, and I didn't know what that word was. So I was like, oh, okay. So I had a very weird conversation with her, and then I went down a rabbit hole of researching what narcissists are. So I was like very informed at this point. So I started to deal with him differently. So I thought, yes, right, I'm good now. I know about narcissism. This is never happening to me again. And also, and then my next partner after that, which so I was 14 years with the husband, and then 7 years in another relationship with the blended family. Turns out when I started the therapy that he was a narcissist as well. And it
Yeah.
really shocked me because I was like, that can't happen to me. I know I have spent years dealing with one. I've researched it. I listened to the podcast. I know it all. You know, I know everything about it. How has this happened to me again? And what I learned through the therapy is it's not the information that is going to stop that happening to you. It's doing the inner work.
Oh, I love that. I love what you just said. It's just giving me goosebumps because yeah, you can have all the information in the world, but if you haven't done the work, the inner work, you go back to the same thing with a different face.
Yes, I mean, it was showing up everywhere. I had my partner at the time was a narcissist. My best friend was one.
Oh
My
my God.
yoga instructor was one.
Charles, you wouldn't expect that from a yoga instructor, would you? But anyway.
Yeah, well, they're everywhere. That's the thing. You know, like I'm a Buddhist, and you'd think, oh well, you know, all Buddhists are Zen.
Yeah,
They wouldn't turn up there. Don't make that mistake. They're everywhere.
yeah,
There is
yeah.
no place that you will not find one because they're part of society. So they are everywhere. And then what I really did want to say is that narcissists, they don't choose weak women to be with. So you feel once you find out that you've been, you know, I've spent 21 years in a narcissistic, and it's not really a relationship, is it? We call them that, but it's not. It's narcissistic abuse at the end of the day. We're not in relationship with them. We might feel that we are at the time, but it's not a relationship, is it really? And they don't want a weak woman. You know, they want someone that
Challenge.
they're not getting their supply out of a weak woman, are they? So
No.
it is the doers and the people pleasers, and that was what I discovered about myself, that I'm a people pleaser. I get my worth through doing, like, how I feel I'm loved is through doing things for people. But also I'm a Cancerian, and I don't know for anyone that's into astrology, and I have all of my major things, like my sun, moon, ascendant, and Venus, are all in Cancer. So I am a very, very nurturing person. So whoever comes into my world gets nurtured beyond, you know, it's a lot of nurturing. Everything in my house is nurtured. That is just me. So I am the type of person that is going to, with the background I had that I discovered through the therapy with my dad. Oh, my dad's one as well. Forgot to mention. So, you know, it was no wonder that I ended up. No
Because it
wonder.
was normal to you growing up, wasn't it? It probably
Well,
was
I
a
don't know
normal.
any different. from day one, I don't know any different. So it's not about beating yourself up, is it? When you discover it's capable women, and I'm so capable. It's like, yep, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that, and we pile it on our plates, and we're like, yes, look at me, but yeah, I'm managing, so this is what I should be doing, and that's where we're not considering ourselves, we're not choosing anything, we just go, yes, more, pick it up. It's quicker if I do it better than anybody else, so let's just keep going. So that, yeah, no consideration there for. So yeah, it's the people pleasing, really. I think for me was, and the funniest thing, I mean, I can laugh about it now. The funniest thing about my ex-partner, the last one, he was in the middle of a divorce when I met him, and I discovered that his wife was a narcissist.
Oh,
And because she's a narcissist, I never imagined that she would be married to another narcissist. And that's the one bit of information that when I was trying to learn about narcissism that I'd never picked up on anywhere, that narcissists, it is occasionally apparently, but they can live together, different types of narcissists, but they are in relationship, if you want to call
I
it.
never knew that. Yeah.
Exactly. So I taught him everything about narcissism so he could learn how to deal with his ex-wife without realizing that he was one.
And so it's like you said, you could laugh at it now. It probably wasn't funny at the time.
Oh, I had no idea. I was just like, oh yeah, you need to learn all of this stuff because she's just it's gonna make life really bad for you. And I taught him everything, and he was applying it, so it was making it better for him. But as it was doing that, I can't think which way around they were, but his narcissism came up. The more I taught him about it to deal with her, and he could get rid of her, he became more narcissistic to me. Yeah,
Oh no.
yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it
So,
really was a crazy time. Crazy.
so choosing yourself now. So you've spoken about how this healing. Yeah, you haven't told us about the healing. How you healed. You haven't told us. How did you heal?
Well, through all the different modalities that I was
Oh
trying,
yeah, you said. Yeah. Yeah.
the therapy was the biggest one. Like I was consistent with that for about 2 years, and then I found all these other things and was doing other bits and pieces alongside. So I had a lot going on at once.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like really intense for about 2 years. That was
And I
really.
guess the learning to the understanding what you were facing, because I think that's a lot of problems people have is that they don't know what a real a narcissist is. You know, you if somebody's mean, you say they're a narcissist, but it's more than just being mean.
There's
All
a
the
lot more to it.
gaslighting.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the reasons that my second partner kind of got away with it for so long with me is the love bombing stage and it was really amazing love bombing. Let me tell you, it was fantastic. That lasted 3 years.
Oh
Very
wow, that was very patient.
3 years of just, I was getting everything that I hadn't got from my husband. I'd gone from like absolute scarcity to getting everything. He was like my best friend as well. I love yoga. He joined yoga. Like, he was attached to my hip, literally. So
You got all the attention.
yeah, I thought it was great because I was like, oh, I've got a best friend. Now I learn, oh my goodness, no, not at all. But yeah, I had no boundaries, let's put it that way at that point.
Yeah, the boundaries keep coming up. So you've spoken about how this healing marked the beginning of choosing yourself. What
Yeah.
did choosing yourself actually start to look like in your day-to-day life, in the small, ordinary moments, not just the big ones?
So the first thing that I did was leave my partner, which
Hmm.
was very difficult because I had blended these two families together.
Yeah.
And if you took the partner out of the equation, the family was fantastic. The two families come from very different backgrounds, and I'd managed to gel them together. I don't know how I did that, but everyone got on. The kids had grown up together for 7 years. the grandparents, the aunties, the uncles, all got on. You know, it was fantastic. We went on holidays together, and it was great. And I didn't want to lose that, but I couldn't stay in this relationship for that any longer. I'd probably stayed in it a year or two longer, knowing stayed in it about a year or two longer than I should have. I say should, that I wanted to, but I was loving the family part so much.
Of course, yeah.
But I got to the point where the children were getting older, and they were 16 all the way up to early 20s at this point. And I thought, no, they're going to start getting jobs in their own lives, and they're going to leave, and then I'm just going to be left with this.
That's so true.
So I just thought, and then he did one last thing. There's always one last thing, isn't there, that breaks the camel's back. And from that moment, I was like, I'm done. That's it. So I straight away said to the kids, I'm so sorry, but this is going to have to end. And that was the beginning. So that was the beginning of, so it started with him, and then I started other people I took out of my life, because when he left, he so didn't want to go that he blew my life up completely, to the point that he made sure none of my neighbours spoke to me anymore. All my friends in all my women groups, they all took his side and started looking after him. So they all had to go. So that was the beginning of it, day to day. Basically, it was losing my entire life. And
That would have been so
dramatic, but
difficult. Yeah.
everybody. I mean, even the people that I'm attached to a house next door, even that no one would speak to me. And I've lived where I am for 20 years, and I've been friends with everybody. So it was a huge loss. That was the start. But it's what I needed, because when you go into narcissistic recovery, it's like going into rehab, but you've still got to carry on working, running your house, looking after your children, as well as do the work. And your body is addicted to, especially when you've been in it as long as I had, your body is actually addicted to narcissists. So you
Yeah.
go into withdrawal, and you're still kind of craving it. So you've got to learn. You're learning about your boundaries. You're trying to put them up, but really, you know, they've still got their hooks in you, and you're trying to. You still need a bit of them as much as they need a bit of you. So it was tough, very
Yeah,
tough.
yeah, because you're kind of like codependent, aren't you?
Yeah.
Even though, yeah. Yeah, depends. Yeah, you still need, yeah, those people. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for sharing. So you're into feminine leadership. So you now guide women to redefine success the feminine way. I love that. I love that. I love that. Because we are not in competition with the masculine. We are feminine, and we need to embrace that, because it's so beautiful. So for the woman listening who is successful but deeply exhausted, what becomes possible when she starts choosing herself the feminine way rather than pushing, proving, or overriding herself?
It is the most amazing feeling to start with, to go from where I was to where I am now. Um, you you just have this calm authority about yourself, and my confidence is through the roof, and I'm even learning what confidence is. That I have a friend who's a confidence coach, and she'll tell me things, and I'm like, oh, I can do that. Oh, I'm so confident. I didn't realize how confident I am. And also, I still hold quite a lot. I'm not holding as much as I was. I'm running one business now, not three. I have two children now, but they are adults, and I have one at university, so only one in the house. But and I'm doing what I'm doing for a living now, and it's sustainable success, because I've learnt that I come first, and that is even with the children. I come.
And it's so true, because if you don't put yourself first, how are you able to? You'll burn out if you put somebody else first. Like you said, even with the children, you still have to look after yourself first, like they say with the masks on the plane, and then you're capable to put them forward. Yeah.
Yeah. So from the sort of my healing journey, after the 2 years of very intensive therapy, which I've stopped, I'm not doing a lot of that stuff anymore. Just having, I've gone from a house with 6 people and 2 dogs in it to just me and my daughter. So it's very different. And she's 18, so she doesn't, she drives, she works, she doesn't need me. So I had 2 years of intensive therapy, and then I've had 2 years of quiet and stillness, whilst just building this business up. And that has been, that is still the healing journey. I didn't, at the time, I haven't realized that it's a healing journey, but it's taking that first 2 years of the work that I did, and the last 2 years has been integrating that. So I have the boundaries now, I choose myself now, and now I've spent 2 years living my life like that. And I'm very intuitive. That's one thing that has kept me going the whole time. My intuition is much, much louder. I have always trusted it, but I haven't always heard it. I now, it's driving my every decision all of the time. And without me even realizing it, I have developed a business and what I do the feminine way, without not it's happened the wrong way around. I didn't, feminine leadership, what is that? I'd like to coach it. I have become it and then gone,
What is it? What is it? What is the feminine way?
Yeah, I did. I sort of came across it after I'd embodied it, and that is the story of my life. I kind of live things and then realize, that's a thing.
That is the feminine way. Yeah, great, fantastic. I really love that. I love that you're embracing the femininity, because as I started to embrace my femininity, I felt more empowered. It's not about competing the masculine, and obviously we have, some of us have a higher energy in terms of masculinity than others, and some of us are more feminine. But what does it actually mean, feminine way? Because there are different types of archetypes in terms of femininity.
For me, it's a real it's a grounded. So I talk to a lot of my clients and they're like, yeah, I'm grounded. And I'll just observe them for 5 minutes and I'm like, no, you're not. Like but it's not that they're doing it wrong or they think they know. Until you are as grounded as say I am right now, until you feel it for yourself, you don't know how grounded you are.
Yeah.
I might have said that about myself 2 years ago, but I had a coach friend that I met at an event 3 years ago, and then I bumped into her 2 years later, and she was like, "Oh my God, you're so much more in your body." And I was like, "Am I? No, I don't know. I didn't know." But you get the sort of outside confirmation of, "Oh, okay, I must be more grounded." And then you just realize that the way you're behaving is coming from a grounded place. And that's when intuition kicks in, because you can hear it more.
Yeah. So one question I got is that, how do you protect yourselves from narcissists? Do you have any idea?
So because I've been around, and I think this is why I'm going to be doing this work, helping other people. I've been around so much of it. I can read the body language now, that they have certain tells, and I can spot them a mile off. I can feel the energy of a narcissist now. So if I'm on a train, for instance, and there's one walking up the aisle, I can feel them before I see them. And then I can observe them for 5 minutes and I'll be like, yeah, you are one. The only way I would say, to make sure that you're not influenced by a narcissist, is to do your own work on your boundaries. Because if you've got really strong boundaries and you haven't done any other work, it's very difficult for them to hook in, which is what they're trying to do. Because you'll have this sort of, I had to test this out when I was in the middle of the therapy in the 2 years. One of my best friend's dads is a narcissist as well. And he's an old man now. And I used to go out for lunch with him at Christmas. And I didn't want to go anymore because I'd worked out that he was one. And then I thought, no, I'm going to go and see and test my boundaries and test how I can behave with one, knowing one. So I went for lunch, and he was talking about his work back in the day before he retired, and he was saying how basically he was talking about how he hooks people in, but without using the language of narcissism for his job. So he was describing manipulating people into buying what he was selling. And I said, oh yeah, I said, I'm like you, I can read people like you. I said, but I use it for good, not to manipulate. And he was like, oh, he was a bit funny about it. And then he was like, yeah, he said, I've been trying to do it with you all day. He said, but you've got a steel wall up, haven't you? And I was like, yeah, I have. And then because he's interested in my job, and he was like, oh, so you can read me. What? And I was like, yeah, I read you years ago. I knew what you were like years ago. So that's why you can't get in. So that's when when your boundaries are so strong that it's like a steel wall.
So that's the trick, isn't it? Knowing
They'll
who
leave
you
you
are.
alone. That's what they do. So they will come up to people, and they talk to people, and they work out the people without the boundaries, and that they'll work out who's the people pleaser, and they'll hook into that person. Now I'm not that. They can come at me. You get to a point where your boundaries are so great that you don't even notice them coming and trying, because they come and they go as very quickly.
Because it's not working. I just love what you've just said, because that for me, that's a big learning point. If my boundaries are strong, then they won't even come, because they'll know they can't get through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's when especially if you've been around narcissism, you get, I had a phase where I thought everyone was a narcissist when I was in narcissist recovery to start with. Everyone's a narcissist. I was all over the place with that. And then trying to learn my boundaries and integrate them. It was tough to start with, but you just get to a point where you don't notice you're having to put boundaries up anymore. They're just there.
Part of you, yeah.
And that's the great part, is put them in place. You've got to test it out on everybody, and sometimes you're going to lose relationships. The relationships are going to change sometimes because you've been a certain way, and now you're not going to give so much, and some people won't like that.
No.
And that's the tough part, is learning that that's okay, but that's not what I'm doing anymore. And you stick with what you need first, and you don't worry about how it affects other people. That's for them to deal with, not you.
That's a great answer. So what would you say to a woman who feels that choosing herself might cost her everything? So her friends, her identity, her success, or her relationships?
Well, that's me. I lost absolutely everything, apart from my children. And this year I lost my aunt as well, because she's decided, because I've developed in such a way that what did she say? I won't allow her to sweep things under the carpet and have everything surface level anymore. So she's decided that she doesn't want to see me very often. And I've gone, okay.
Thank you very much.
That's
okay with me.
So the way I gauge it now is, if it's disturbing my inner peace, then it can go. And because not everyone's going to have such a drastic time as I have, as in lose absolutely everybody, but if you what you lose creates some space.
Yes.
In that space, you'll need space for a while, and then you've got space for something new to come in that's actually good for you.
That's so true.
I've started making new friends, and they are so much better for me, and they look after me, or they're interested in my well-being, not what I can do for their well-being. And they're supportive. I don't ever go into whatever I'm going to do with my friends worrying about what I'm saying or whatever. It's ease. So you hear the word ease, but what is that?
What is it?
Effortless. Life is effortless. My clients, it's effortless because I attract the people that I want to attract, not from a people-pleasing point of view. So when you're getting clients in and they're hard work for you,
it's a reflection. what's going on inside you, isn't it?
Unfortunately, it is. So when my new clients come now from doing this work, I'm like, oh, I've done my coaching session and like, that was easy. And that's the ease. You know, you hear the word, it's ease. That's what it looks like.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I love what you've said. So, what advice would you give to a woman going through what's maybe two things or three things or one thing that you can say to
What,
a woman,
someone who's
or someone who's struggling in your position 5, 10 years ago, how they can move forward to get to where you are today?
go and get some outside help and stop trying to do it all yourself.
That's true.
Because you can't do it, you can't do this work yourself. And that's what we don't do. We put it, and to be fair, when I got the nutritional therapist, that was the first thing I did. It's the first time I've ever spent money on myself. And it was a lot, to
That's
me,
really sad, you know. It's sad that you had to do that. And a lot of women do that. They don't spend money on themselves.
yeah. So it's, you've got to give yourself some time, some space, find some space somewhere. You know, you can find it, and get some support, because the whole reason this happens is because we're not supported.
So anybody have any questions for Sally? I can see Mohiba, you've been writing.
Yes, fascinating talk again, fascinating. I'm surprised when you say you get attached to a narcissistic partner, difficult to leave. I know someone else got puzzled by this. Now you know he's a narcissistic person who has been manipulating you. What is it? Is it that you have
Your
not gotten into a
your
ritual?
your nervous system is addicted to them.
Yeah,
So
that's the
it's
word.
yeah. So
That's the
your
word I
mind,
heard.
in your mind, you're like, you're awful. I shouldn't be with you. This is toxic.
Yeah.
But your body is addicted to it. So, you know, he would do really bad things, and we kind of split up in certain ways a few times. But I would, you know, he would do some really horrific things, and and I'd be like, that has to be it now. And then 2 days later, I would just completely forget about it and go back in. And that happened a lot. You know, the systematic abuse for 7 years before. And the only reason enough was enough really was getting the fibromyalgia diagnosis. And the last thing that he said to me, which is a swear word, but he called me an ugly C word because I wouldn't speak to one of his children at 6 a.m. when I'd got up early to study something. And and it's his child, I'm like, you ring him. It's your child. I'm studying. And he called me an ugly C word for that. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I was like, nobody in my house speaks to me like that. But even when I did split up with him, it took my system 2 years not to be still addicted, because he lives near me. I bump into him at the gym all the time. And it took 2 years for my nervous system not to react to him. And that was with a lot of work. So it's not easy getting out of a narcissistic abuse. I'm not going to call it a relationship, because it's not.
Yeah, because I can understand it quite clearly when you have some things in common, live in the same space. You don't want to split that family. This is like rituals, practicalities. I can understand it. But you speak of something much more profound, addiction,
It
something
is.
that somehow you keep being attracted to.
Yeah,
That
it's the
I find
chemicals in the body are literally you're addicted to the chemicals and the hormones that get released, you know, and then the person goes, but your body is still like, well, I need that. So it's going to keep looking for it, and it will look for it in toxic people. So even if it's not your partner that you've left, you will look for it elsewhere until you do that work and that's why I call it like being in rehab. because it is you are recovering. It's a very serious thing. This is not just, oh, I've been in a toxic relationship, because there's different levels of toxicity, and narcissism is a completely different level.
Do you think there's an earlier, from the start, an attraction to narcissistic people? Because I believe I have an allergy to narcissistic people. So the minute I see their body language, immediately I get this, oh, from the very beginning.
So
Do you
you've
think
got
that?
good boundaries.
Yeah, remember what she said at the beginning. I think a lot of people too, if it's a normal thing for you, so you've experienced it at a younger age too. So when somebody behaves that way, it's kind of normal, isn't it? I think.
Yeah. For me, I wouldn't notice that, because I grew up in a house with it. So that was the norm. What you're displaying is you've already got very good boundaries, and you have had a different upbringing to me. You know, all the women in my family were abused quite heavily. I'm the least abused out of a long line of women of abuse. So what my mum was showing me, what my nan was showing me, is you do put up with this stuff.
Mm.
So, you know, I had a lot of healing work to do, a lot.
I accepted it, and I guess the generational trauma through going into your nervous system. So that also exists too. So
Yeah,
apart
you're
from
born
what
with
you
it.
experience, well, yeah, it's gone on for
Yeah,
several generations. So it's all in in your nervous system, and so
literally in
you
your
have that
DNA.
addiction. Yeah,
Yes,
I
that's
didn't
why
see
it's
it
a
as
lot.
an addiction, but now you've said it. Yeah, it is. It is a kind of addiction because even though you hate what's happening to you and you know it's not right, but you can't help but still go, and you seem to attract that sort of person with a different face. So you have a different relationship. And it's the same sort of thing that comes to you. So it's like they can see you from afar, and
Oh
it's
my
like the
goodness.
good guys see you and kind of the good guys see you and they say, "Oh no, she's not my type really,"
Yeah,
because you're kind of projecting that energy out.
exactly.
So yeah, somebody said here, Ursula said, I agree. You need to find yourself, know your boundaries, and get stronger and choose yourself, even if you lose a lot of people because you're people pleasing. That's so important. But it is painful to lose people, isn't it?
Oh
So
yeah,
your relationship was, yeah.
total grieving.
She goes on to say your relationship was built with most of them because of your giving nature. Once you stop giving, it's gone up. So once you stop giving, the people won't even call you to see if you're all right. Yeah. So once you choose yourself, they say, "Oh, you changed. It's nice to see other women speaking out." And so she says, "It's nice to see other women speaking out." And I think, yeah, we do need to speak out so our children understand, our sons and daughters understand, and so it doesn't repeat, and things hopefully start changing. Oladuni says, using your personal experience makes the discussion more credible and gives an illustration of ideas. Ursula again says, it's very hard, it is abuse. It creeps into your nervous system, it damages your self worth, your voice. And that's why you can't work alone, can you? Your choices, even your relationship with others. When you're in a group of other women, the relationship with the family, you don't see it until you are out of it in the rehab process. Yeah, yeah.
And the integration part you can't do on your own. Integration, and I think a lot of people get confused or don't really understand what integration is. And it's living your life, you know, for a few years and integrating those boundaries, learning what it looks like in your day to day. That's the integration. So you can't do that on your own. You have to be out in the world, you have to be in work, you have to be having friendships, you know, going down the gym, whatever it is you do. That's where you're going to integrate this. You know, people say to me, oh yes, I had a coach say to me yesterday, oh yes, I went home and integrated it. And I was like, well, you don't know what integration is then, because you don't go home and integrate. You go home and process things, but integration happens through living back out in the world. So you know, you might have like I did, 2 years of kind of really taking a step back from the world and being in the quiet and the stillness so that your nervous system can recover. And then the second part is to go back out into the world. That's the integration. And that's, for me, I don't think it's something that you finish doing. It's, my intuition is deepening, getting better and better and louder on a daily basis. Integrating these boundaries, I think, is something that I will be doing forever. And that is the beauty of it, not thinking. And that's why we call it the journey, isn't it? There's not, oh, I'm fully integrated now, I'm fully boundaried up now. Because even when you are, and I'm as strong as I am, I have still had, I'd started doing some work with another coach. He was coaching me. And then after 3 sessions, I realized it's another narcissist. So you are not, and I didn't beat myself up about it because they are very good at what they do. So, but it didn't affect my nervous system started going off, and I was like, hang on, what is this? So I spotted it quickly, I caught it, and then I got rid of him straight away. And none of this I was not addicted to it anymore. It showed itself, I got out of it, and my nervous system, because it is in a much better place, it was absolutely fine.
Oh, that's amazing. So, Sally, would you like to tell us about your free gift and
Yes.
after that, your offer?
Okay, so my free gift, let me just see, I've forgotten what I said. It was,
I think it's
I'll
put
put it
in.
written down here. Sorry.
Yeah.
I wrote it down because my new brain fog from actual menopause is kicking in.
Yeah, a guide to 7 burnout-driven
That's
beliefs.
it. So,
Keeping ambitious women.
you have women that do too much, like all of us, and it's driven from, and this is one of the things that I've learned, belief coding was one of the modalities that I've trained in on this journey. There are certain beliefs that we have, that we're not good enough, that we're not this and we're not that. So what I've done is I've written out a guide of the 7 most common beliefs, the negative beliefs that we hold that drive burnout. So it's a free guide, so you can have a look and see if you have any of these beliefs. And if you do, it's to do the work on those ones so that you don't burn out. Because what I'm trying to do is teach women to live in a certain way so that they don't get to burnout. We don't need to be getting there. So that's what the freebie is about. Oh, you're on mute again.
Somebody muted me. Yeah. Oh yeah, Anna's got a question. I think I see her hand up. Hannah.
Hi, Sally and everyone else.
Hi, Hannah.
Good evening from my side. So, thank you for sharing your story. I have a question. I'll make it short and nice. So, I have a narcissistic, I would say, that I
Narcissistic.
can't narcissist.
Oh, you've gone on to mute.
Okay, so I have got someone whom I can't get rid of. So how do you protect yourself from a narcissistic influence when, even though you already know that despite your confidence, your self-awareness, they still make you question yourself?
So is it someone, are you having to live with this narcissist, or are they in your world like a lot?
In my world.
You're in your world. So if you have to be around them, the way you deal with that is, one, you work on your boundaries as much as you can for yourself. And then when you're near them, what we call, you be Mr. Grey. So you don't jump on, or, you don't do the people pleasing. When because they ask questions about yourself all the time, because they're trying to work out where you're at. And if you've worked out they're a narcissist, you will instantly start behaving differently, and they pick that up straight away. So you don't want to start kind of really showing your boundaries, like, stay away from me, you're toxic, you're this, you're that. You play Mr. Grey, so you're in the middle. So you're just nice, you're just just, oh yeah, you can, if you need to be around them, you can sort of they are the most what's the word? Oh my goodness, brain fogs. They are, oh my goodness, this is a really important word. I can't describe it without the word. What are narcissists? They are deeply insecure. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for.
Mm.
They're the most insecure people, and that's why
Mhm.
they are, you kind of have to feel sorry for them because they're so protecting themselves because they're so damaged. They're not evil people. Something's
Mhm.
happened to them they're not born like that, put it that way. So because they're insecure, you can, when you're around them, you can sort of boost them up a bit. Oh, oh, you did really well there. This is great. So that they're getting their supply from you, because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for supply constantly because of their lack of self-worth that they have. Their self-worth is a lot less than yours, even if you don't have much. Theirs is less. So they can't do anything for themselves, so they are externally looking for it out there. So when you're around them, you sort of it's kind of like, I'm doing this because I can't think of the word for it, but you keep yourself in the middle. So you sort of, compliment them, but not too much. You don't give them, don't offer your help all the time. You just be happy person in between, so that they don't affect you so much, but you can be around them, because we can't all do what I've done. I've drastically got rid of everybody. That's not the case for everybody. You could have a boss, and unless you're going to
Oh,
leave your job,
trust me, if I could get rid of her, I will.
yeah, it's not for
But
everybody.
unfortunately, I can't. So, um, it would be out of my character to be nice, but um, because it would seem fake,
Right. Okay. So how do you behave around her at the moment?
I limit my communication, like one or two words.
Yes, brilliant. That's another being Mr. Gray. You're giving her something, but you're not giving her too much.
But inside me, I do feel like I'm just frustrated, or in the end, it gives me this, even after she left, whatever she said still gets to me, like under my skin, like, and then I
Yeah.
question myself, did I really do that? Or am I what she said? Was
Yeah.
I not good enough? Where did I go wrong? I have these questions coming. So I wouldn't say that, even though the outlook or what I presented to her was not to engage, inside me, she still have a little bit of influence in me. So to
So
be
when you're not
specific,
around her, you've got to do some inner work there.
mm,
She doesn't need to know about
okay.
it, but you need to go and do because, and also something you could do when you're not with her, what you're feeling, that's your nervous system. Basically, it's alarm bells ringing that you've been around this. So you can go and do some somatic practices to release that out of your nervous system, because the thoughts that you're getting afterwards of, not sure, they make you feel like you're losing your mind, or you're the crazy one. That is happening because the nervous system is off. So if you do you can even just like shake it out,
Mm-hmm,
literally shake, physically shake and
mm-hmm,
hum.
mm-hmm,
That will bring the vagus nerve back in online a bit more.
mm-hmm.
Then you might notice that the thoughts that you get afterwards, they won't stay for so long.
Thank you.
So maybe do
Thank
some
you.
body work first, and then watch how the mind will just calm down a bit.
All right. Great. Thank you so much.
No problem. You're on mute again, Evie.
Oh my gosh. Sorry. Yeah, that was such great, great information. Thank you so, so much. You haven't talked about your offer yet. So what's your offer?
Okay, so I created a program a couple of years ago because I realized that when I was on my really intense healing journey, I was managing to do the inner work very well, very quickly. compared to other people. So I looked at, why am I able to do this? And it was, I have really good foundations of how I live my life anyway. So I created a program for that, and I've been delivering that for a couple of years. And this year I've decided that it would work even better if I did it in groups, because when women get to speak about their own experiences and stuff as well, it would work even better. So my offer is it's a 6-week program. It's literally just 1 hour a week. I've condensed it, quite intense for 1 hour a week, because I know how busy everybody is. It's £400, but I'm going to offer it at 250 for anybody that would like to do that at the beginning of February. I'm probably going to start it early mid-Feb, for a 6-week program to give you great foundations, which I think when you've got these foundations in place, even if you don't need to go and do work, you will live in the feminine way. It's like good foundations for that as well. It's like, without these foundations, you're going to find everything a lot harder to do. You still might be able to do it, but this really does speed up and keep you in a very grounded and sustainable way of living. It's like a rhythm. It's not like, we talk about work-life balance. This gives you a good rhythm so that you can keep your sustained success going.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sally. This was really great. Thank you for your honesty, your depth, and the way you've named what so many women feel but struggle to articulate. So your story is such a powerful reminder that choosing yourself isn't selfish. Great 2 talks that we've had so far. It's the beginning of true self-leadership. So for those listening, Sally has shared more about her work and offering as part of the summit. And so I will encourage you to explore that. And if the conversation resonated with you, there's just so much to learn, because as you said, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. And sometimes you think that everybody is one, but not everybody is one. So having to understand and having to work with somebody is really great. Thank you so much for your participation, Sally. And now I am going to disappear for a little bit to pick up my great-granddaughter from school. And I have Wilda, who's going to be co-hosting. Wilda, are you here?
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think we can all hear you. So
Great.
Wilda will be introducing Dr. Muhiba Jumusi. I shall be back in about 15 minutes or 20 minutes. And
Thank you.
I really want to hear your conversation, Muhiba.
Well, okay, so I just want everything's recording. I see everything's recording, so that's great. Thank you. Have a great trip.
Abby.
All right.
She's gone.
Abby, hi.
She's gone. Abby.
Yeah?
Support system should have been here for the granddaughter. That's when we need the support system. That is what we absolutely have to have.
Actually, it's great-granddaughter. I've got 3 great-grandchildren. So I'm a great-grandmother.
Beautiful. You have been more active than I. I've got just grandchildren for the moment. Not yet. Great-grandchildren. Abby will be waiting for you.
Okay.
So, as I said earlier.
All right.
Rush.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohibi. I'm going to introduce everyone to you. I remember you from Evie's last summit. And so I was very interested in your talk, and I just wanted to introduce everyone to you at this time. Dr. Mohibi, is it Mohibi or Mohiba?
Mohiba.
Mohiba.
But I don't mind at all.
Thank you. Is a firm believer in women's potential and rights.
Correct.
She is a certified coach specialization in transformation and relationships and leadership. And you draw on your extensive academic background and your experience as a former university professor, head of a department, and member of the university board. You support professional women overcoming challenges such as, the dreaded imposter syndrome, burnout, and toxic relationships. Oh no, guiding them toward greater balance. Yes, we all want greater balance, confidence, and well being. So, your coaching helps us all. I just know it. I'm just feeling the energy here that your coaching is going to help us become better, healthier, and really work on our personal and professional selves. So without further ado, I know you're going to help us navigate conflict and find clarity. Thank you, Dr. Mohiba.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wilda. What a wonderful way of introducing me. I like your tender approach, your very welcoming smile and body language and words. Well, you've put in these words, which are general words, a lot of your own your own tenderness, your own love for the other. And I can feel it. And I can already feel so confident to move on and talk and discuss the topic I'm going to discuss. I have, as usual, prepared a full blown presentation with slides very minutely done because I'm a perfectionist. And because we have gone on throughout, from the beginning until now, through two major presentations, just discussing between you and us the topics, I'm inclined to just say where we have been from the beginning and continue just our wonderful talk without having anything to do with slides or presentations, just move on. And if I may, thank you for the introduction of who I am. Indeed, I've always been in my life, throughout my life, long before I became a coach, interested in relationships. I would look at people and would ask my mom, Mom, these two couples don't work well together. Why don't we exchange them? And she would say, Shut up. We are in people's place and you are saying these things. Don't say it. They wouldn't like it. And I would say, yeah, I love the idea of switching. We should switch couples when they don't work. That was long before I realized people can divorce. So this is how interested I am in relationships. And burnout is basically a relationship issue. Funny enough, we tend to think of it as an individual issue. I have had a burnout, and you hear people say, it's because I work too much, I'm exhausted. Well, people are lucky enough to name it burnout today. When I got my first burnout, that ages ago, I didn't know the concept. No one used the term. And so I kept saying, you know what? I'm exhausted. I'm so exhausted. I'm terribly exhausted. And usually I hear people who have burnouts go like this. They hold their head. They may hold their throat. But usually it's the head, which goes completely messy. And so I started saying, I'm terribly exhausted. I didn't know then, and no one around knew. It was burnout. It was not exhaustion. So burnout, when it comes, it's already too late. And the moment I realized, oh my God, this is not just me being exhausted. I feel funny. I looked at my desk and I was writing a thesis. And I couldn't, you know what? I couldn't understand anything. Why? Because I had pushed it too far. That's burnout. When you push and push and push, and as my son put it beautifully well this morning, he had a burnout too, and he said, Mom, it looked like a car stuck in the sand, and the more you push, the more it goes down and gets into the sand, and then no one can move it. It's already too late, and you need an engine to get it out. And that is how it feels when you are deep into a burnout. And then back then in time, we couldn't notice signs because we didn't know burnout. And I was reading this book and I was at the last page of statistics. And I said, oh, come on, I'm not going to stop here. One page, one more page. I read it, didn't understand, read it again, understood nothing. And the third time, I had a feeling like the desk had become funny, the room had become funny, and I often describe burnout as a snake. A snake that sneaks into your life unnoticed, unexpected, and then you need time to get it out. And that's how I felt. I usually say it's the first burnout that's the most devastating because that's the unexpected. You wouldn't have known the signals. And this is why I am so keen on having people notice signals. Speaking about burnout so that people say, oh, that's burnout. I recognize it. I've never had it, but people have talked about it. And I know it's this enemy. I call it the enemy, which you should never let into your house, certainly not into yourself. Because when it's in, yes, you need time to get it out. Whereas if you are aware, you are capable of protecting yourself, it doesn't get that easily into you. And you hear people usually say, how long did you need to get your burnout over? I must say I was lucky enough to get it over within 3 months. And you might be surprised, 3 months? That's nothing. Because people who go deeper would require a couple of years. When they allow it to get deeper and deeper and deeper, it's this, you get it, and you need time and patience and a whole support system to be over within some time. I have shared with you my first devastating experience because I obviously was doing too much. That is how you get your burnout. You're doing too much. You're helping too many people. You think of yourself as, wow, I can do it. And this is why successful people get burnouts. This is why perfectionists get burnout. I had convinced myself, of course I could do it. I had a full-time job at university. I was finishing my thesis. I had twins of approximately 5 years old they were then. I had a husband who was caught up by a, not, as we often say, 9-5 job, because he had to drive back and forth. It was a 7-to-7 job. My family was away. How could I not have a burnout? That's it. Later burnouts, I was more careful because I would say, I know you. Don't get close to me. Don't ever come back to me. And get out. No. I would close the window, close the door, and me go out. Because I had learned by then that it's when you stay in, work, more, that's when you get burnout. Whereas when you go out, you would feel much better. You'd rejuvenate. You would feel, I breathe better. I feel better. And that's the first step before we go into other steps. Before we leave burnout, I would love if you could share your experience with us. whether it's similar or completely different. If you have experienced burnout, please either put the signals in the chat or raise your hand and talk to us about how it felt.
I was thinking you said burnout is a relationship. I mean, you mean a relationship to yourself or?
The relationship, it is allowing the enemy burnout. I always consider burnout as someone, not something, someone sneaking into my life and
And to your house and to your mind and yeah.
So I see that burnout like these devils, the devil.
Yeah, like
That
somebody would enter into your house and knock yourself down, let's say.
that's not me.
Yeah.
And then the devil would, as we often say traditionally, the devil is in me. That burnout would come into me and possess me because I would be disempowered. These are the words
Yeah.
I use. Disempowered, losing control, not knowing what's going on. I didn't even understand what was going on. So this is why I say it's a toxic relationship that we would have allowed, because we have allowed that toxic partner, burnout, to possess us. And you see me, women,
Yeah.
going through burnout, going like this, or going like that, or just dropping, because they realize they have no more control over themselves, over their body, over their mind. They would speak of fog. They would say, I can't think. And an image I have is the case of a girl a student who was sitting next to me when I was a student, and she would take a paper, write things, and then tear the paper and throw it, and tear the paper and throw it. You've got this image very frequent when you have burnout, that people would write, and then it's rubbish. So they pull the paper and throw it, and you see them surrounded by used papers that they cannot use, and they leave exams like this because that's it. They've got to the very limit, mentally, academically, and they are done. So do I answer your question?
Yes, I understand. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Hannah?
Yes, so I thank
Hannah.
you, Dr. Mohiba. So I experienced my first burnout while I was with the Ministry of Education. So I think you've heard this story before, but I think the symptoms would be nice to share with everyone. So there I was also on a leadership track, and what suddenly happened was that for a period of time, I refused to go to work. I refused to go to school. So I wake up in the morning, um, I get dressed, and then I sit at the edge of my bed, just crying and crying like a little girl refusing to go to school. And I knew then I had to do something. So I was confused, of course, because I enjoy my work a lot. Till today, I'm still teaching. It's been like, from then 10 and now it's like 25 years now. So, I would say that it creeps in without you knowing. And then suddenly, boom, you just someone you do not know. The things that you love, you just refuse to do it anymore. It's like, I've had enough. I don't want it. I don't know who I am anymore. So I thought, or I think that's what burnout looks like to me. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic the way you describe it. Absolutely fantastic, because you confirm that burnout, of all the problems we may have, is unique to each and every one. It's unique to each one of us. And this is why I always encourage everyone to first understand what is going on. with all the general knowledge we have now. Second, I encourage my clients to always rely on a support system, because a support system can help you. As I was telling Abby, you should have had somebody picking up the little girl rather than you, because you've got things to do, so that you rely on a support system. And the third and most important is coaching. Because when you are sitting there crying, when I was sitting there looking at my books and understanding nothing, I needed somebody to explore what was not working, to explore the triggers, to explore the solutions with me. I didn't need advice. If somebody had come and said, oh, you know what, just throw away this thesis, you'll be better, it wouldn't have worked. I needed someone, but then there was no coaching. This is when you absolutely need someone to explore what the trigger is. Somebody might have thought, oh, it's because you are doing your job, or because your kids, no. You need coaching so that the coach would help you find the trigger. And that is why coaching is so, in the case of burning, more than probably any other case, you need to explore why you are having this burnout. What is it exactly that is triggering your burnout? And with the adequate coaching, you will discover, oh my God, it may have nothing to do with what I thought. My second burnout was about, like you, I refused to go to university. I didn't want to teach one single day. So everyone would have thought, don't go to university. No, it had nothing to do with going to university. Can you believe it? By then, I could use coaching. And through coaching, I realized it was grading papers. Can you believe it? Not university, not teaching. I loved teaching. I loved what I was doing. So I was surprised. Through coaching, I realized, oh my God, so it's grading papers. So I simply got rid of grading papers, and believe it or not, I could go to university practically every day for something else, to take care of the library, to meet colleagues and discuss. I was fine. Just discover that trigger and you will be fine.
I love that. That's great. That's perfect.
So your sharing, Hannah, is absolutely fantastic. Most people who go through burnout cry. They cry and they tell me, I don't even know why I am crying. So I say, let's discover that trigger, that nasty something that you don't need in your life. And if you were to talk about it now, what is it exactly, Hannah, that made you so unhappy? What is that very thing?
I didn't like my new principal. You know, we had systems in place, and someone came, I mean, so new, a scholar, and she has never taught before. We've been there 10 years. So I took a bold move. I took 6 months of unpaid leave, and then she um she blackmailed me into writing a letter to say that I will come back, which after that I called the Ministry of Education and say, our principal is supposed to do that. If I refuse to come back, what will happen to me? And they said that nothing of that sort, and she shouldn't be doing that to you. You are entitled, I mean, it's unpaid leave anyway. And I found something else, and I found entrepreneurship. So I didn't. So I I was bad, I would say. So I wrote a letter. So I came and I told her, look, Mrs. Something, I am here. I have finished my 6 months of unpaid leave, and I'm here. but this is my resignation letter.
Beautiful.
And I left.
Beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. And you start a new life because that's it.
Yeah.
Something I say about burnout, Hannah, something I say about burnout. Burnout has one good thing about it, and only one. Don't trust it. Don't. One. It reveals to us what we would have been doing wrongly. It reveals to us what would have been hurting us without us realizing it or without us noticing it. Burnout tells us, well, that's where you get when you do this or that. And for you, it revealed the wish to be free. Free at last. Be free in my own business. That is what it revealed to you. What it revealed to me is, you perfectionist, you're not perfect. Stop it. Stop it. And stop when you get close to that, what I call no return point. And from that moment on, I said, I'm going to live outside work. And that is probably taking us to boundaries. Because boundaries, when you don't have boundaries, you go straight into burnout. And when you have boundaries, it is boundaries that take you out of burnout, that help you never go to burnout, that help you, that protect you from burnout. And next thing I did was, I went, at my age then, I was, 32. I went into becoming a member of a volleyball team. I later on became a member of a diving team. I made it a daily rule to go for a walk. I invited people, let's have parties, let's have fun. I love dancing, I love music. All this is what I call support system. And rely on your support system so that you don't go there. You don't reach that no return point when then you do need, I go back to coaching, because coaching will take you gently, nicely, little by little, step by step, and you move together with your coach into that safe space. What you need is that safe space. Any questions or any sharing before I move on? Anything you'd like to ask me?
So I just want to say this. So you're going from coaching then to boundaries. And I just want to make sure those were the two steps before you get to the third step.
Through coaching, you learn to put boundaries so that this evil never gets close to you. It is, if you have already had your burnout, you need a coach to get you out of this burnout by exploring why you got into burnout, what triggered that burnout, how to get out of burnout. Because people would advise you, you don't need advice. Advice is nice. If I tell people, you can always dance, they say, dance? I say, yeah, I dance and I feel better. They say, I never dance. So what is it you do? Advice doesn't get you out of burnout. It's exploration of your potential. When you coach someone and you say, what is it you love doing? And the person says, I love drawing. Beautiful. Whenever you're not feeling well, draw. Draw. And how do you feel when you draw? And the person would say, I feel I'm becoming creative again. Oh, that's wonderful. Creative. And so what are you creating? I'm creating someone. And they go on and they become alive again. And they become extraordinarily capable. That is the capacity to do things that burnout destroys. Because burnout disempowers you physically, mentally, academically.
Yes.
You start thinking, oh my God, I've got these pictures of women going like this. You are disempowered. You don't have control over anything. I'll go to Saida.
Yes.
Saida, and
Hello.
then
Saida.
Saida. Yes,
Hello,
please.
good afternoon.
Hello.
So my question, thank you so much for sharing, by the way. And I have one question. So when it comes to like burnout is not like because of you, but because you have to do something, you are asked to do something, the headmaster, or let's say as a teacher, the school principal, they want you like to do this and that. You have kids to teach, parents everywhere, they call you all the time. So you just need to quit. But unfortunately, you cannot quit. So what is the, let's say, the solution or something like you can say about this? Thank you.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful question. Because I always, and people ask this question, come on, it's you, isn't it? I say no. It's the system that would dig into you and look for the limiting belief you have. And then that's the loophole. That's your weakness through which burnout comes in. Say, as I explained, I'm a perfectionist. So how do I get burnout? I'm asked, I'm put under pressure from the system.
Right.
It's not me. I don't want to mark 200 papers, but they give me 200 papers to mark. I said, I can't do it in a week. They say, no, you have to do it in a week. So I said, so see, pressure from outside. Others who are not perfectionists would say, okay, then I'll just go through papers quickly. I'm not going to read the whole paper. Being a perfectionist, I would read 14 pages per paper. See, my perfectionism, you could say, it's the cause of your burnout. No, it's a system imposing a deadline, which is a dirty word, by the way. The system imposing a deadline on me and asking me to mark more and more and more and more and more and more papers that has ruined me through my limiting belief. I have to be a perfectionist. Take someone else who is a people pleaser. This is why I say coaching needs to dig out what it is exactly that you have as a limiting belief. A people pleaser. The boss says, well, I would like you to do this report for me. The people pleaser has already got 2 reports to prepare. But the people pleaser dares not say, sorry, I've got 2 to do. I can't accept a third one. So the people pleaser would go another way, would not even object, as I used to, without any results. The people pleaser would say, sure, sure, sure. When do you want it? Tomorrow morning. And the people pleaser says, impossible. But the people pleaser has never said impossible. The people pleaser has always said yes, even when wanting to say no. So the people pleaser goes on and gets the burnout. Now, 2 were not enough. Third report, pressure, 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 kids to take care of in the house and the husband. And all of a sudden, you cannot say no to the boss. Sometimes it's not even the boss. It's your mother-in-law who says, I don't know if you could take me to the doctor. And you are a people pleaser. You say, I've got papers to mark and but I can't say no to my mother-in-law because she wouldn't like it. So let me take her to the doctor. That's people pleasing. You could have said, I'm so sorry. Maybe someone else could take you this time. I will take you some other time. But I'm marking my papers. I can't do that. People pleasers have got this limiting belief. They can't say no. And burnout comes there. It's an outside pressure. The boss wants an extra report. You need to finish work. You can't finish work. And you are a people pleaser. You can't say, stop it. I can't have extra work. I'm done. You can't. And so burnout comes through this limiting belief. And this is why we end up thinking, it's me. It's because I'm a perfectionist. The other says, it's me. It's because I'm a people pleaser. And the other one comes up with a third, I better make sure I get this promotion. So I need it. This is a calculator, but still gets the burnout. Because as long as we say, hey, wait a minute, we need boundaries. We need boundaries that protect me from all these outside pressures. And I would say burnout has always existed, but it is more often the case now than ever. Why? Because we are in a world that is faster and faster and running, and we need to go. Come on, do it quickly. We need this for tomorrow. How many reports have you done? Oh, only 3. Someone else has done 5. What is it? Women, we know you women. And this takes me. And you young people, of course, you're all the time complaining. And this takes me there. And of course, when you work from home, God knows if you are working all together. And this takes me to the 3 categories that tend to have more burnout than others. We notice that women, the percentage of women having burnout is much, much higher, sometimes 10-point percentage compared to men. And you have, because of course you know this, the double burden, home and work, taking care of elderly people and of kids and of never of themselves, by the way. No, they don't have time for that. And so you have women victims of burnout more often than men. You also have younger people. You would expect this? No. You would say younger people, younger employees have more often burnout than older employees? Yes. And we have done this during master classes with Hannah. You realize that, yes, younger people, because pressures today are more, bosses are more demanding, and bosses have a view of, all these Gen Y and Gen Z and Gen saying, oh, these people are too demanding. They want the money, they don't want to work. Lazy people. This prejudice comes before they even take the job. And so they come to a job with this view of them. Of course, you will complain and moan and groan. So the minute they say, excuse me, I need my weekend for me. What? You mean we can't ask you a thing during the weekend? No, we can't. You can't do this. I've got my weekend for me. I've got a boundary. And so, oh, come on. Boundary? Yes. Boundary is what will save you. And remote work. Remote work, you say, I will take it at home. I'm working from home. I can always manage. No. If you don't put a boundary for your working period, you will work all the time. If you don't have a little space to work and a little space to live with family, you will have your papers on the dining table all the time. And people saying, oh, mom, you're working all the time. And you say, no, it's for just boundaries. Boundaries stop the system from overcoming, from disempowering you. So from the day you are going to have a job, you make sure, am I working during the weekends? Oh, no. You know how people are so eager to have you at the beginning. No. Okay, I'll put it down. No work during weekend. And by the way, you don't expect me to answer your phone calls or whatever. No. No phone calls, please. No phone calls during the weekend. That is my time and my family time. Okay, at the beginning, they will always say, okay. And once you establish these rules, they can't tell you anything afterwards. But if you say nothing, no time boundary, no space boundary, no availability boundary, what is left? You are inviting burnout. And that is, I hope, Saida, I'm answering your question that when you put boundaries well established from the start, my time, my space, my availability, and my own choice. And here you touch upon freedom. Freedom. I am free to choose my way of life. And you will be surprised. People will respect you for being yourself and will get used to you. It's not you who will get used to 1,000 people. They better get used to you because you need to get used to yourself. You need to understand yourself, not spend your life trying to understand the rest of the world. No, it's much easier, isn't it? And much quicker, isn't it, to understand yourself. So say, put basic rules that are quite understandable. Please, during exam periods, don't ask me for any favors or services or whatever. See how you have ruled out any disturbance from your exam period. Please, during weekends, don't ever call me because I am not available. I am available for my family and myself. People understand, What they don't understand is when they come and ask you and they say no, and you say no, because you never said you wouldn't do this or that. Once you establish these basic boundaries, you are much safer than you ever thought you would be. Saida, am I answering your question? If not, please, you can ask me other questions.
Yes, and thank you so much. That's the point I want to say is that when it comes to teaching kids, but I used to teach at university and high school, and it's totally different when it comes to how do you say primary schoolers, okay? Because here in Algeria, parents are waiting all the time outside, okay? So they come to talk to me like, oh, what about excuse me, I want to talk about my kid. I want to ask you questions. And it happened to me, and it always happened, okay? And one of my colleagues once said to me and told me like, hey, don't talk to them. It's okay, they come on Tuesday, and it's okay. You talk to them on Tuesday at 11, etc. I said, no, I can't do that. And they
I
kept like talk to me, and that's the problem I always face at 11, always.
Brilliant. I can't. You see, you've used the word I can't. And that is a terrible word. It's the enemy word. So when you wake up in the morning and say, yes, I can, and yes, I can. And you can because it involves you. It involves
Mhm.
your time. It's not involving others. I remember somebody coming into my class and saying, can I talk to the students? I said, no, you can't, because it's their time and I have no right to give you permission for their time. You can talk to them when they leave the classroom, but not when they
Mhm.
are here. They have given themselves the time to be in class, and I have no authority to give you that time. And you can do it so delicately, by the way. Example, I have a niece who was telling me, can you imagine? For a whole week, I'm with my boss. 5 o'clock Friday, I'm leaving, and she finds any excuse to keep me talking with her for an hour. I said, easy. You see, easy. I was coaching her, by the way. I said, easy. Let's try a few scenarios. And we tried a few scenarios. And the one she liked was, I would love to stay with you, but my friend is waiting for me outside at the coffee place. I can't make her wait for me any longer. See you next week. And we can always have a chat during working hours. Why would she keep her? So the boss was not ashamed of herself for keeping this lady on a Friday, 5 o'clock, when she had had enough of work and wanted to have some leisure time for herself. She wasn't ashamed. And my niece was supposed to be ashamed for saying no. You say no. And it makes a lot of sense to you and to others. If need be, because she was the boss, you can always say, people are waiting for me, and people are always waiting for you anyway. And the one person who is all the time waiting for you is you. You can say, sorry, my dancing class starts at 5. I better rush, otherwise they start dancing without me. Now I'll have no partner. No, no, no. That's the one time I have a partner, so let me go. Humor. Humor is the greatest ally because it keeps relationships so beautiful, so smooth. I would love to stay with you longer, which is not true. She knows it's not true. But the way you put so much enthusiasm into it, she knows you're joking. So she will accept it as a nice joke. But I have to go and meet my partner. He's waiting for me. And if I am a bit late, you know what happens with men. He'll disappear. You never know. Somebody sees him by himself when we jump. Take him from me. You wouldn't like this to happen, would you? I would be miserable Monday morning. Any joke would work. Rather than put yourself in situations where afterwards you say, I hate myself for having said no. Don't hate yourself. Love yourself and say yes. And these are the boundaries, time boundaries. And this is why one of my favorite topics is work-life balance. And people say, how can I balance? You balance. Yes, you balance. Because you're an excellent mother. And I liked what we were saying earlier on about we all work. We women all work. We work too much. So let us not, on top of it all, put guilt and shame and no. A few boundaries, and you can live happily ever after. Not necessarily with a lot of people, maybe with no one, but at least with yourself. Live happily ever after. That's good enough, good enough. Any other questions? I would love or other sharing stories to share. I first put burnout and boundaries, and without knowing even why I did it, first time in my life I put sharing stories. Sharing stories, which means that I was really so ready to share stories with you. Not so much to talk or give presentations or anything, just share stories. So what are the stories we will hear now? Any nice story or question?
Well, I'm going to just jump back before I used to work in retail. And so um, it's very easy to be uh, asked to do lots of things when you're a manager of a department store. So I just remember when enough was when I was having the crazy dreams. And I remember distinctly having a dream that I was in an arena, like fighting in a battle. And I thought, oh my, that dream kept coming over and over. And I knew that it was time to go. It was like your body's telling you it's time to go or time to change things. So I really love what you just said. And what brings me to the next part is boundaries. And I think for myself, being part of the people pleaser crowd at one point of my life, and still an overachiever because I love doing for the women and I love doing things for others. And I love seeing them enjoy the things that I create for them. But two, it is like you said, we must set the boundaries even when you want to joyfully over deliver. And I say it like that because if you're not joyfully doing it, you're doing it like this, and you don't want to give. I don't. I don't want to give anybody stuff like, oh yeah, like I want to give it to them joyfully. So thank you for that because I believe that's the B word that I forget. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much for this wonderful, wonderful story you are telling us, because you get to the point when you now have nightmares about your boss. He's the boxer who's going to box you, knock you down. So you see how terrible burnout can be. You are now having your own nightmares because of a job. You don't need it. And I often say your well being. And this is where I go to our last point about well being and efficiency. No one can be efficient when not enjoying well being. I can make this claim, and I would like to be challenged. Whatever you do, when you are at peace with yourself, when you love what you do, you are doing it perfectly well. And if all the bosses and all the organizations knew how much well being makes their workers, their employees, their own leaders work well and flourish and make them perform better, because this is the one word that organizations are concerned with, they would give all the well-being that their employees deserve and should get. So yes, well-being is so vital for all of us to be working in a nice ambience. And I move on to your point about sometimes, well, you love so much connecting with people, you love so much giving, not overdoing. I have my whole life overdone it by keeping my students longer, by wanting to give them more information, better analysis. I then realized, excuse me, you have 1 hour and a half. When you exceed this 1 hour and a half, what right do you have to exceed it? Because when you exceed it, maybe this lady has got kids to go back to. This gentleman has got a family to go back to. These two people, one of them in my class, another in another class, need to go together in the same car. What right do I have to overdo it, even with love? Even with love. Sometimes I'm so tempted to continue my coaching session beyond 1 hour, which is my official period I spend with my coaching. I'm tempted to. I've got the clock there telling me, no, don't overdo it. You would spoil it. We said 1 hour, stay within the 1 hour. That's the boundary that makes my client and me know the boundary, not be concerned with, are we going to go further or not? No, no, no. Boundary is what structures you. And I love this word, structure. Everything you structure with love will work better. I have a daily walk every single day, 4 to 5. Beautiful. I don't overthink. I don't say not today. No, no, no. It's a boundary that I have chosen for me out of love. Whatever boundaries we set, and it's wrong to think boundaries limit our freedom. No. Boundaries expand our freedom. Even boundaries in relationships expand our freedom. Because you know what I like, I know what you like. And we function like this. And we both know what is unacceptable and leave it. And leave it. And what I truly believe, never come close to toxic people. And never come close to toxicity, because they would ruin our health, our well-being. What to do? Very simple. If you can leave it, leave it. If you can't leave it, leave what you do not like in it. I love my job, but I don't want to be contacted during the weekend. Who is going to say, no, no, we insist, we need to get in touch during the weekend? No, it's simply you fearing to say something that might not be agreeable to your bosses. Don't worry. They will come to know you, they will accept you, and accept these healthy boundaries. Healthy boundaries, yes. Any questions? If
That
not,
was beautiful. Thank you so much.
thank you so much for being here. And thank you, Abby, for coming back. Maybe really what I would like to
Have you talked about your offer and your free gift?
Not yet, dear, not yet. I'm not this calculator that we were talking about. People would come with first thing they would say, what I'm offering you is this. No, I would go with the flow, and we went with the flow. Thank you so much for reminding me of my offer, which is, as I said, I have co-authored a book called Simply Becoming. And I wrote my chapter with so much love, because there in the chapter, I speak of the simplicity of life and how life should have a slow pace that allows all of us to live happily ever after. So I have a few quotes from my chapter, which I would like to share with you. So just put your email and with just, share, Mohiba share, and I will share my quotes. And I can also share with you my offer, which is a discount of 30% on any of my packages, which are already not expensive or not extensive. So just put your email.
Actually, it's going to be put in the chat so they can, just in
Great,
case they're shy about putting their email addresses. So your
great.
free gift has already been put in the chat, and we're waiting for the offer to go in now.
That's it. So I did send you the offer, both offers. That is the quotes and the discount, 30% discount on my packages, and you are most welcome to come for a free coaching session, which I offer anyone anytime they are willing to come to me for that, and if free of charge without any attempt to attract clients or anything. So all of this will be put in the chat, and you are more than welcome to contact me and say, please share the quotes, or please share the discount, and I will immediately share it with you, whether you are on WhatsApp, whether you are on LinkedIn, or sending me your email. In all cases, you will get your freebie with greatest pleasure. And thank you ever so much for being so kind and sharing, and so kind with your emojis, and so kind with your remarks. And let's continue. I'm creating a WhatsApp group called Fly Higher. So you are all welcome to join, and we will be connecting and helping one another. So with greatest pleasure. Anything Abby would like to say, or you would like to say? Questions, suggestions, remarks, you are more than welcome.
Yes, I was thinking that in order to put boundaries, we need to know how much is how much for us, you know? For example, like papers, okay, I can take the third paper, or no, the third paper is too much for me. But it's important to know this about ourselves. If the third paper is okay for me or if it's too much.
Always check with your pleasure. I used to.
Or with our body. Is my buyer tired? Or can my body take the third paper?
Pleasure, pleasure is a key word I use for myself from head to bottom. That's pleasure. I'm doing it because I love doing it. My body is speaking, my mind is speaking, my heart, my soul. I love to do it. So I remember sometimes somebody would say, anyone ready to do this report? I say, me, because I love reporting on burnout. Somebody says, let's report on marketing. I say, no, marketing, I'm good. No good at this. Somebody says, you do marketing. I say, no. I said, I am no good for marketing. Don't you ever try to push me there. No. One word. No.
Yeah.
You are safe. And you are absolutely safe. You won't have to do it. And you would have done so much elsewhere, things you love doing. I noticed something. Food and work is the same. When I love the food, I can't stop eating. If it's this not good, oh, no, no, thank you, immediately. Work is the same. I love doing it. You say work more, I say yes. Another masterclass, I say yes. Another work, I say yes. What about this? I say yes. You give me one thing I don't like. Oh, no, 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 no. Not this one. So people would have been used to you saying yes. So when you say no, it's no. And this is being fair to yourself and others. Because what I don't like about people pleasing is that you never know whether they want to help you or they don't, whether they can help you or they can't. I always say people pleasing is extremely dangerous for the people pleasers and the people pleased.
Yeah.
It's terrible. You never know what they have in mind. If they say yes, 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 you look at their faces and they go like, I say, I don't get it. What don't you get? I'm just me. I say, me? That's a funny me. Body language and what you're telling me, no correlation. No correlation. Make it correlate. Make yourself, be at ease. Enjoy
Yeah.
life. Enjoy life. And I always have this as a major thought. Help yourself. Also accept other people's help and other people's offers.
Yeah,
And
and ask for help if you need it.
yes, and if you need it, I have people say, no, I can't delegate. What's wrong with delegation? They would think I'm weak. No, they would think you trust them. It's a good feeling, do it. And finally, I always go to coaching. Coaches discern what is not working and what is working, and they would reveal what is working for you, and you would use it. And as we were talking earlier on about integration, little by little, you would integrate all that you have learned about yourself. You'd be aligned with yourself. This is more important than any people pleasing, any perfectionism. Alignment with yourself. You would finally breathe well. I always say, I know I'm okay when I breathe well. So be aligned with yourself. Be consistent. People accept you.
Yeah,
Be
you're right.
coherent. Whatever you are, be coherent. People accept you. Even an authoritarian leader is better than a half leader, sometimes authoritarian, sometimes quite a lean. No, you get people confused. Be whoever you want to be.
Yeah, and actually, if they don't accept you, maybe they are not your people.
Absolutely. We were talking about narcissistic people earlier on.
Yeah.
I have never attracted narcissistic people because I often say I go to parties holding a pen, holding a pin in my hand. When people come to me, you go like, boo, 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 boo. I go with my pin and they go like, and so I see them small, small, small. Whereas people who are so humble and who think twice about saying, these people attract me. So I tend to attract these gentle, gentle people who take care of themselves first, because it's a good thing if I can take care of myself. So they take care of themselves. I take care of myself. And when we meet, what a wonderful way of meeting between equals.
Yeah.
Equals. I'm not here to take care of you and you take care of me. No, 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 no. If we take care of ourselves, which is beautiful, you take care of yourself, which is beautiful. We meet as partners.
Yeah,
as
and we bring value to our interaction, to our
and
relationship. Yeah.
And then the interaction is so beautiful. No one is leaning on the other. I often say,
No one is dependent.
That's it. I'm not a rock and roll dancer because, I'm not going to trust a man throwing me out. What if he decides I'm not taking you back? I'm a salsa dancer. I dance and you have the feeling I'm really leaning on my partner. If the partner disappears, I'm still being like this.
Yeah.
Solid. You know the shoes. The
Yeah,
salsa
yeah.
dancers have got these shoes. The rock and roll dancers have got these tiny heels. They shake it, boom. It's a boom. No boom. Take
Yeah.
care of yourself so that always you can be independent with another independent person and enjoy life. Beautiful relationship where
Yeah.
no one is leaning on the other. We are just holding hands, and that's good enough. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Or
Thank you.
dancing salsa. Or dancing salsa. Nice. Anything you wish to ask me or tell me, I'm more than happy.
Okay, so I think we're having problems putting, because you sent me a code to put in for your offer. Can you just give your website so we can just put it in there so people can call you from your, I think you must have a contact thing on your website if they're interested in your offer.
Let me try this, which is, that's it. I'm going to copy and paste it in the chat, shall I?
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to put it in the chat here.
Thank you. I was listening to your talk on my way, so I did hear everything, most of it anyway.
So I believe you've got it now. I just sent it. Here, I'm sending it. Are you receiving it?
Is it in the chat? Yeah. There it is. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got it all. So
it's in the chat.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. So
thank you so much. Thank you, Wilder. Thank you for co-hosting while I was away. Thank you.
It was beautiful. She was amazing. Thank you, Dr.
She
Mohiba.
always is. Yeah.
You
So
all
much,
so much. I'm
so much
really overwhelmed.
knowledge.
I'm truly, truly overwhelmed. Truly overwhelmed. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Mm,
And next we have
yeah,
Pat.
let's get rid of this. I'm not sharing, so this should go.
Oh, there you are, next to me.
It's
So I think Pat's got a presentation, so I'm going to come off the screen. But before I come off, can I just do a quick introduction of Pat? Pat, lovely, lovely.
You know, one moment, sweetie. Dr. Mohiba is still the main. How do you need to remove her pin, I think.
She's she's fine. Pat's next to me.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, she's next to me. So, Pat Scholes, international speaker, coach, best-selling author, creator of Fearless After 40. Pat is a transformational coach, author, and speaker helping women rewire self-doubt, reclaim their power, and rise with purpose in the second half of life. Through her groundbreaking work and upcoming show, Fearless After 40, on Phoenix TV. Oh, you've been a TV star. Pat inspires women to break free from inherited limitations and create lives that reflect their true potential. With a background in neuroscience informed coaching, Pat bridges science and soul. Oh gosh, I can't wait to hear this. Showing how mindset isn't just a mental game, but a rewiring of the brain itself. She believes transformation starts from the inside out, and when a woman shifts her inner narrative, everything in her outer world begins to change. As a contributing author of Her Unseen Battle, an anthology amplifying women's stories of resilience and renewal, Pat is passionate about giving voice to the unseen journeys that shape female strength. Her work empowers women to not only rewire their stories, but to lead from them with authenticity, confidence, and courage. Whether she's speaking on the stage, coaching clients, or crafting new media to expand women's visibility, Pat stands for one clear truth: it's never too late to become who you were meant to be. I love that. And over to you, Pat. And if you can take me off screen, please.
Well, welcome, worthy women of the world. I am going to ask you, does your bucket list have a hole in it? Well, we're going to find out today if it does. Now, there is a free download that I'm offering as part of this presentation. Don't worry if you don't have it already downloaded. I'm going to go through what's on that free download. It's my 4 critical steps to achieving a goal, and I'm going to walk you through it. Now, I will ask for you to volunteer some information. You don't have to share anything that makes you uncomfortable, but if you do share, if many of you share, it makes it more not just engaging, but more meaningful to you, because you can see then how these steps apply in real life. You could use a piece of paper and something to write with. Doesn't have to be my download, just a piece of paper and something to write with. So let's begin with my story. After my mother passed away in 2016, my son discovered one of her old college term papers that she had written in 1988 when she was 62 years old. Now, part of the assignment was to describe her ideal life 5 years into her future. And I'd like to read just a very short excerpt from her paper. These are my mother's words. I live near the sea. There's a yellow light above the doorway. A fire is glowing in the fireplace. A handsome gentleman joins me for breakfast. we walk in the sun and sand. As it turns out, my mother died at almost 90 years old, nowhere near the beach, and without the handsome gentleman by her side. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a bucket list kind of dream that when you thought about it, it was so vivid you could see it, hear it, or even feel it? Anyone ever have that experience? Well, that's not just your imagination. That's your reticular activating system, or RAS, at work. It's part of your brain that filters in opportunities that can turn your dream into a reality. So when you have a bucket list dream, your RAS, or reticular activating system, works behind the scenes to notice opportunities, resources, and connections that align with your dream. Now, my mom had a dream like that, and yet she died without living it. When I read her paper, I was heartbroken, but I was also terrified. She wrote that paper when she was 62, and I was reading it at 65. And I asked myself, would my dreams suffer the same fate? Why don't we do what we say we most want to do? It's not laziness and it's not lack of desire. It's because our brain has competing systems, one that seeks growth and one that seeks comfort. And without understanding how to align them, we get stuck. Our brain isn't a single unified entity. It's more like a network of systems that sometimes work in harmony, but other times pull us in different directions. Now, not understanding this at the time and gripped with this fear that my dreams might suffer the same fate as my mom's, I jumped into action. I was desperately trying to reverse the passage of time. I started investing in my personal development and growth. I invested multiple 5 figures in programs, seminars, coaches, whatever I thought would help me make my dream life a reality. And you may have had a similar experience. You're in this flurry of activity and you're making progress, but you're not really where you want to be. And you start thinking, what am I doing wrong? Why is this taking so long? Well, finally, for me, it did happen. And it happened by being a speaker at the Transformational Speakers Summit in Palm Springs, California in 2019. You see, my dream was to be a transformational speaker from stage. Have you ever heard that saying, it took me 10 years to be an overnight success? Well, my journey started decades ago. I just didn't know it at the time. You see, that flurry of activity caused me to reflect on what was working and what wasn't working. And as a result, I discovered a pattern of success that went all the way back to when I was a little kid. I was lying on the floor. Picture this. I'm lying on the floor with my siblings. Our heads are propped up on our hands and elbows in front of the TV, and we're watching cartoons. And in one of the cartoons, there was this scene with Parisian can-can dancers with their legs and their skirts swishing in the air. At that point, I turned to my older siblings and I declared, I'm going to Paris someday. I still remember that. That is step number 1. Now, I just dropped something, so I have to reach down and pick it up. So excuse me a moment here. Oh, my goodness. All right. So step one is clarify your heart's desire with absolute precision. And I want you to be thinking about that because I'm going to be asking you, what is your number one heart's desire? And I'm going to ask you to write it down, and I'm going to ask some people to share. So you think about that, write it down, and those of you who are willing to share, I would love to see it in the chat. I'll try to keep my eye on the chat as I continue. Now, here's why it's important to clarify it with absolute precision. Remember your reticular activating system. When you sharpen your goals, you're giving your brain a roadmap, and it starts working behind the scenes to get you there. Now, I didn't say I wanted to travel or that I wanted to travel to Europe or even to France. With all the confidence of a determined 4-year-old, I declared as if it were already true, I'm going to Paris. My siblings still remember this. When I declared I'm going to Paris, I activated my reticular activating system. Without even knowing it, my brain began filtering in opportunities that aligned with that vision. And this is why it's so important to state your dream with clarity. Okay, so now it's your turn. Think about your big dream goal. All right. What is that one thing you want to be or do or have? And write it down on your piece of paper. Do it now. Don't worry if it's possible or practical. Write down what you really, really want. Let's see if anybody has written anything in the chat. Reaching 100,000 women. Wonderful. Okay. Anybody else willing to share? I'll continue while you're thinking about that and getting the courage to write down what your big dream is. All right. Your brain is like a GPS and it needs a clear destination. So you want to write your goal as clearly as possible. And that's the first step to making it real. Now, I shared with you earlier that my goal was to be a transformational speaker from stage. And if you're like most people, when I asked you to think of your dream goal, you were already telling yourself that it was a fantasy kind of thing. You're saying, I want this, but I'm not really going to be able to get it because of X. X being money, time, resources, location. That's what we call limiting beliefs, and they are based on fears. What you're really saying is, I want this, but what if I go after this and I fail? You tell yourself it's better just not to try. And that's the outcome of a limiting belief. It keeps us from acting. And it's the way we've been programmed. And that is how we get a hole in our bucket. We have this dream or goal and we put it in our bucket, and then we start putting it off because we imagine all these obstacles. And one day we look in our bucket and guess what? Our dream isn't there anymore. It's too late. It got sucked out of that hole. So step number 2 is to identify the obstacle that could get in the way of your dream. So this will probably be easier for you. Write down the top 3 obstacles that could get in the way of achieving the goal you've written down. And if you're thinking of more than 3, because sometimes we can think of all kinds of obstacles, just write down your top 3 obstacles. And I'm going to take a look here in the chat to see what we have. Okay. In addition to reaching 100,000 women, an international speaker in person, self-publish my book, building a home. How cool is that? Helping women with authorship. All right. So those of you who shared what your big dream is, What are the obstacles that could get in the way of you being that in-person international speaker, building that home, publishing that book, reaching 100,000 women? What could get in the way? I'm going to continue while you're thinking about that and writing them down and hopefully sharing some in the chat. Okay, so let's go back to my Paris story. Nobody wanted to burst my bubble when I was 4 years old. But when I learned of an opportunity to study in Paris, France, during my junior year of college, well, the gloves came off. What do you think the big obstacle was? What do you think it was? Money! It's always money, isn't it? How are we going to pay for it? My mother asked me. Well, the obstacles that presented themselves when I said I wanted to be a transformational speaker were, I don't know how to make that happen. I don't have the skills. What if people don't like what I have to say? I'm too old. I'm too fat. I'm not good enough. You kind of catch the drift? Anybody ever have that kind of conversation with yourself? All right. Well, this is going to lead us into step 3. But first, I want to see if anybody's put in some of the obstacles. All right. Helping the women reach 100,000 or reaching 100,000 women. What's the obstacle? Advertising. Money. Okay, reaching a wide audience and marketing costs money. It costs skills. All right. So we have this dream in our heart, and sometimes we're even afraid to speak it, much less write it down. So that first step is digging down deep inside and admitting to yourself what you really, really want. And then usually what happens is as soon as we speak it or write it, all these obstacles come up, all right? And we need to know what those obstacles are, because there is a fear behind the obstacle. It's not the obstacle, it's the fear behind the obstacle. So it's really important that we write down what those obstacles are and realize that these obstacles are based on limiting beliefs. So you must create a new belief that cancels out the obstacles. The brain is not fixed. The brain is not fixed. New beliefs create new neural patterns of firing in your brain. And over time, these patterns become your new reality. The way you got those new beliefs were hearing and saying things over and over and over again, and you strengthen those neural pathways. Well, you can weaken them by creating new neural pathways by coming up with a new belief. So let me use myself as an example. If I tell myself I don't have the money, I could flip that to, I can get the money. If I tell myself that I'm not good enough, then I can tell myself, I can get better. I can become good enough. I can say I am the right age. I'm the perfect weight. I can learn what I need to learn. Your brain is wired to repeat patterns, both good and bad. It doesn't make any difference. Neuroplasticity means that you can rewire those patterns. I don't know if you've ever heard that saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. That's not true. You can teach an old dog new tricks, okay? Because of neuroplasticity. When you replace I'm not good enough with I'm fully capable, you weaken old neural pathways and strengthen new ones. And this is not wishful thinking. This is brain science. All right, let me take a look at what we have here in the chat. Lack of steady income, land, poor time, and money management. All right, so let's think about how we can change those limiting beliefs with a more positive, powerful belief. So, land. Okay, so you want to build a home and you need the land. And perhaps you don't know if you can find the right piece of land, or you can't afford that piece of land. So what you could tell yourself is, I find the perfect piece of land for my dream home. You could even picture where you want it to be. So perhaps there's a certain area in the country, or a particular area of the city that you want to live in, and you want to find the land in that area. So you could say, I find, not I will find. Everything is in the present tense. I find the perfect piece of land for my dream home. You write that down and you repeat it over and over again. I have poor time and money management. I can learn better time management. I ask someone to help me with my time and money management. You can create an opposite belief. And you might say, well, but it isn't true. It is true. It's the opposite belief that you've become to believe is true, and it's no more true than your new belief. You make it true by your belief. Now, just saying or writing these new beliefs isn't going to do it for us. We need to replace the old beliefs with the new ones. And ladies, that takes effort, okay? You don't just write this or say it one time and boom, all of a sudden you're finding that piece of land for your new home. Old habitual ways of thinking can be tough to change, but science proves that they can be changed. Think about how much time you have spent telling yourself the old belief. You've been spending your whole life telling yourself that old belief. You need to give equal, if not more, time to the new way of thinking. I told a client once, I want you to repeat that new belief an hour every day. He said, an hour? I said, how many hours, days, years have you spent telling yourself the old belief? And the only way you're going to push that out is by repeating over and over again the new belief. Because every time you replace a limiting belief with an empowering one, you are rewiring your brain. You're weakening an old neural pathway and strengthening a new one. It's just like carving a new trail through a forest. At first it takes effort, but soon it becomes the default path your brain follows. I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, all the kids in the neighborhood, we would ride our bikes through the yards because they were shortcuts. Well, the adults who owned the property didn't like us doing that because we were wearing a path in their beautiful lawns. Well, that's what we're doing in our brain. We're creating a path, and the more we go over the path, the more we tell ourselves we're creating a bigger and stronger path. All right, so let me take a look again here. Identify a marketing team for reaching a wider audience. Brilliant. Okay, brilliant. I identify a marketing team for reaching a wider audience. I identify a marketing team for reaching a wider audience. Now, once you say you're going to put a marketing team together, what do you think happens? Anybody have an idea? Well, you start looking. Go ahead, Wilda.
I was just going to say the marketing team just all of a sudden appears.
No kidding, because you're scanning every person you meet. would they be good on my marketing team? Would this person be good on my marketing team? So I don't know about you, but say you've decided you want to buy a red Toyota RAV4 and you really, really want that car. All of a sudden you start noticing all the other red Toyota RAV4s on the highway or in your neighborhood. They were there all along. You just weren't paying attention. Same with the marketing team. All of a sudden, this marketing team is going to start appearing. Those people were there all the time. You just weren't paying attention. But that's why it's so important to have a very clear goal, because your reticular activating system is going to start filtering in the people, places, and things that are going to help you get to your goal. Let's see what else we have. Research advertising companies, absolutely. You know, my mom could have contacted a realtor and had that realtor start researching properties in the Caribbean for her. So start researching advertising companies. Excellent. And you can write that positive or empowering belief, I find the perfect advertising company. All right. Wilda, you're laughing, you're smiling. What's going on in your mind?
It's just beautiful. All of this is easily doable. You just got to do it.
You are so right. It is not difficult. What's difficult is breaking the habit. Okay? And remember, your brain has competing systems, and it's like a tug of war. One of the systems wants you to stay where you are. The other system wants you to grow. And so you've got this tug of war. And the way you break those limiting beliefs is by repetition. Okay, so now we have step 1, clarify your heart's desire with absolute precision, and you have to be very specific. Okay? Then you identify the obstacles that could get in the way. Try to limit it to your top 3. Figure out the fear behind that obstacle and create a new, usually the opposite, empowering belief. In other words, if I don't have the money, I can get the money. If I'm too old, I'm not too old. You don't want to use a negative, say I'm just the right age. Or people will love my wisdom. People will appreciate my experience. All right. Now we're at step 4. And step 4 can be a lot of fun. We need to create a new narrative and a new self-image based on those new beliefs, because we are the stories we tell ourselves. If we change our story, our brain changes with it. So in step 4, we get to fantasize, dream, use our imagination. And incidentally, ladies, Olympic athletes and golf pros have been using this technique for decades. Decades. And you have probably already done something like this, and you didn't even realize it. So I want you to think back when you were a little kid and you would fantasize about being a superhero or a movie star or maybe a princess. You put on your Superman PJs with the cape, you co-starred with Brad Pitt, or you adjusted your plastic tiara on your head, and you played all day in that imaginary role. You wore your princess outfit all day. You begged your mother to let you wear it all day, sleep in it. Then you grew up and you stopped daydreaming. Well, I can teach you how to do it again as an adult and use intention and purpose. So during my entire childhood and teenage years, I dreamed about Paris. I pictured myself sitting in a cafe. I even pretended I could speak French when I was in the 7th grade. And I had all the kids fooled because 7th graders in Parma, Ohio have no clue what the French language really sounded like, okay? And they actually told the teacher, and I had to confess that I really couldn't speak French. But as I thought about being a transformational speaker, I pictured myself on stage, what I would say, how I would stand, what I would wear, what color lipstick I would wear, and on and on and on. And I practiced in my empty living room in front of a camera. I heard people applauding. Now, when I practiced those speeches in my empty living room, I wasn't just pretending. I was training my brain. To help my clients visualize their dream, I teach them how to reprogram their brain using what I call a power script. A power script typically involves a detailed, positive narrative where you imagine yourself achieving your goals and experiencing success in vivid detail. And vivid detail is really important. Neuroscience shows that when we visualize success with detail and emotion, our brain treats it as real. It can't tell the difference between something vividly imagined or real. So let's take a look at building that home. What does that home look like? How many floors does it have? Is it brick? Is it sided? How many rooms does it have? What do the bedrooms look like? What does your kitchen look like? What does the yard look like? Do you have a garden? Are there flowers in the windowsill? What color are the walls? Imagine it in great detail. What about poor time and money management? Picture yourself. I wake up each morning. My day is planned. My calendar is full, but I have lots of open time to regroup and take care of myself. No matter how busy I am, I finish all my tasks with calm. So you're creating this picture of what your life would be like if you had perfect time and money management. And you write it out and you get emotionally involved with it. And by emotionally involved, we talk about our emotions. I feel calm because I have excellent time management skills. I am at peace with being busy because I know I always finish what I begin. I'm thrilled to host my family reunions at my beautiful new home. Really get involved in that and describe the picture of you in that setting. Just like if I were a transformational speaker, I picture myself on stage. I picture how calm I am. I talk about the people in the audience that I see smiling at me, nodding their heads, applauding at the end. I picture people coming up to me afterwards, telling me how much my words meant to them. And for those of you who want to be an international speaker in person, picture that scene. My phone rings. This conference wants me to speak in Spain. This conference is asking me to be a speaker in Germany or the United States, wherever international is for you. And I say yes, and we negotiate the contract. I'm excited. I'm thrilled. This is my dream come true. You see where I'm going with this? We really need to get involved in that. And you write it down. And you know what I do? After I write it all out, record it on your phone. Record it on your phone. There is nothing more powerful than listening to your own voice. And you can tell yourself in that recording, I am powerful. I am worthy. I am outstanding. I am an incredible international speaker. Repeat those words, and you can listen to that recording over and over and over again. You're sitting in the doctor's office waiting for your turn. Put your headphones on. Listen to that recording. All right, so we've gone through the 4 steps. All right. What happens next? Well, ladies, you absolutely must take action. And that means, whether you like it or not, you have to step out of your comfort zone. There's no other way. There's no kinder, gentler way. You have to step out of your comfort zone, and that means you are going to feel uncomfortable. Your amygdala in your brain is not wired for success. It's not wired for happiness. It doesn't care if you are frustrated and stuck. All it cares about is that you are safe. And whenever you try something new, the amygdala is going to immediately go into action and tell you, danger, danger, go back to safety. And you must act anyway. Whenever you act, no matter how small, you plant the beginning of a new neural pathway. And every time you take a teeny tiny baby step, you strengthen that new neural pathway. And pretty soon you have a path going through the grass. You got a trail going through the woods. You got a 6-lane superhighway. The more you practice it and the more you take action. And it doesn't even matter if the action doesn't work. That's the beauty of this. Even if you try something and fail, if you tell yourself, okay, I failed this time, next time I'll do better, it has the same effect. Now, if you tell yourself, see, I failed, and you throw up your hands and say, well, forget it, I'm not going to do this because I failed, well, you've just undone a lot of good work. But if you say, hey, I failed, next time I'll do better, it's just as if you had succeeded. So pay attention to what you're telling yourself. I did study in Paris. I took action to become a transformational speaker. When I heard about that Transformational Speakers Summit in Palm Springs, California, I didn't know anything about the event. I didn't know anything about the lady who was hosting it. I stepped out of my comfort zone and I registered. I bought a plane ticket. It was clear across the country. All right, I'm sort of in the Midwest, and California is clear on the other coast. And I booked a hotel. Didn't know anything about it. All I knew was I wanted to be a transformational speaker on stage. Was I scared? You bet I was. But I did it. And when you do things that at first make you feel uncomfortable, the discomfort over time becomes familiar. You get more comfortable being uncomfortable, and doing the thing becomes more comfortable, and the fear loses its grip. I don't know if you've ever gone on a roller coaster. So you're a little kid, and the first time you go on a roller coaster, you want to go on the roller coaster because all the big kids are going on it and they're telling you how much fun it is, but you're scared to death. But you want to be like the big kids and you want to have fun. So you decide to go on the roller coaster, and as it's going up and up and up, you're thinking, why did I do this? I want to get off. But you reach the top of the track, and then all of a sudden you zoom down, and by the end of the ride, you've had so much fun, you want to do it again. Well, what if we got off at the top of the track? What if there was some way we could get out of that car at the top of the track? We would never have experienced the excitement of the roller coaster ride. Another incredible thing happens in your brain. Your brain begins to expect success rather than anticipate failure. I'm going to repeat that because this is really important. See, we get this fear. I'm going to fail. I'm going to fail. What if I fail? What if I get embarrassed? What if I don't do it right? And so your brain immediately starts thinking about failure, that you're going to fail. But when you start doing something in spite of the fear or the discomfort, and it doesn't matter how well you do it, your brain is saying, oh, wow, you did that. You didn't do it perfectly, but you still did it, and you're still alive. There was no danger. And so now your brain expects that you will succeed rather than fail. And that's the transformation. That's how you transform fear into action. That's it right there in that piece. You're not just managing your fear or working through your fear, you're retraining your entire neural system to expect success. So when you emotionally engage yourself with a new belief, you essentially train your brain to identify with that belief. So it's identifying you with the person who believes what you're trying to believe. And if you view yourself as capable, resourceful, optimistic, your brain starts to align with this identity. You start seeing yourself differently, and you begin to behave differently. You start doing the things that the transformational speaker does. You start talking on the phone like the top salesperson talks. You start networking like the leader in your field. You start thinking like a homeowner. You start thinking like the kind of person who has 100,000 women following her, reaching these ladies, making an impact in their life. And when you start acting like the person you want to become, when you act like, you become like. And when you become like often enough, you actually become it. That's what actors do. They get so immersed in the role that they are performing, they become like that person. And you can do the same thing. When you set and you want to reach a goal, it is a process. It's not some mystery. Setting and reaching your goal is a process, a definite series of steps and strategies you can follow to ensure your success every time if they are implemented properly. And a lot of us set a goal, and at the first little obstacle, the first little blip, we throw up our hands, self-doubt creeps in, and we say, I'm not good enough. I'm not going to be able to do this. And where in the world did that belief come from? Way, way back. You probably tried something and you didn't succeed, and you got this idea in your head that you were not good enough. All because something happened a long, long time ago, and you have the power to change that. You have power beyond measure. So as I wrap this up, I'm giving you a challenge. Take a look at that goal you've written down. And be honest. Pick something you really want. Don't pick something you think you can get. Pick what you really want. And before you leave today, commit to one small action that brings you closer to your goal. Whether it's making a phone call, Googling advertising agencies, Googling available land lots, signing up for a class, writing a power script, starting a chapter in your book, researching self-publishing options, or in the case of my mom, just buying a plane ticket. Take that step. Your brain loves momentum. The more you act, the more your brain builds the habit of success. It feeds on itself. And ladies, you can stop that leak in your bucket, and soon it will be overflowing. So I'm asking you, what's your Paris? Thank you. And we have time for questions if anybody has some questions. I believe we've got 5 minutes. And thank you to those who were courageous enough to share in the chat. Woo-hoo, good for you.
That was amazing. You are really a transformational coach. So I've put your offer, you put your, so the you have an offer, and you have your 4 critical steps. And then the other one is, what's the other one about? I'm ready for takeoff.
That's my website, okay?
That's the
And
website. So you can book a call with you.
yes,
Okay.
and if you download my worksheet and you're trying to fill it out and you're stumbling or you're thinking, what did Pat say about that? If you fill out that worksheet and you contact me and send me your worksheet, I will spend 15 minutes on a laser focused coaching call to help you complete that worksheet at absolutely no obligation. All right.
Thank you so much. That's so great. I think I'll try that out to myself.
You got to get started, and that worksheet is the beginning. And so sometimes, you hear somebody speak and then you go back and you're going, now, what did she say? How am I supposed to do this? And you're not sure. And I don't want you to be unsure. So if you download the worksheet and you fill it out and you schedule a call with me for 15 minutes, we will be laser focused on making sure you complete that worksheet so that you can take the next step.
Oh no! 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 Oh no!
What happened?
Oh, sorry. I thought it had kicked me out. I thought he had closed it. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. We're all still here.
Oh, you know what? I can't find. I thought it had kicked me out.
I can see you.
You can see me. I can't see you. I can't. Oh no. Okay, Wilda. Can you
I
take
can
over?
see her, honey. Everything's great. I just thought somebody passed. I was like, oh my God, we're good. You're just figured it out. She's going to I have a question for you, Pat.
Sure.
I want to you are amazing. I loved
Yes.
the whole presentation. And then you
Thank
went into
you.
your 4 steps. You did, I mean, with all the training we've all done, I was like, oh, she's actually following the system. So you had the way that you did your presentation. I thought, oh my God, where's her book? So when I went and was reading your bio again, because I have everybody's bio on my side computer, I'm sort of doing that. And I see that you were an author in Her Unseen Battle. You were contributing. So what was your chapter?
So my chapter in the anthology, Her Unseen Battle, is exactly the story that I shared with you. Does your bucket list have a hole in it? And I share how I managed to get to Paris, France. And so that's the theme of that chapter. And I'm also in another anthology that was just released today, and it's called The Rise of Her. And it too is an anthology of women's stories. And in that particular chapter, I share my lifelong struggle with depression and addiction. Who knew looking at me, right?
No.
And these are things that we often don't talk about. And so the chapter that I wrote in The Rise of Her is 53 when healing began, because I was 53 before I was adequately treated for depression and became sober.
That's amazing.
53 that is amazing. 53 is also my number. My mom passed away when she was 53, and I always felt like I missed so much because she passed so young, and you were born again, sort of.
I tell you one thing that really stuck with me with the neuroscience. It says your brain begins to expect success instead of anticipating failure. Oh my God, that
Yes.
is so profound. And it's so true. Thank you so much for this.
Very welcome.
You're just going to give me
Very
so
welcome.
much hope in terms of my self-worth and also growing and being able to achieve anything, really. Doesn't matter your
Let us
age.
all expect success because we are
Yes.
worthy of every success. Thank you very much for inviting me to
so
present.
much, Pat. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
I
much.
think your next book is going to be called Expect Success. I
Yeah. So
I'm going to take that under consideration. Thank you.
thank you for being here. Really appreciate your time. I know you're really busy.
Very welcome.
Okay. So Wilda, I don't know if we've got Amy hasn't turned up, but I've got you, my co-host. And I know you've got so much going on in terms of your apps, your books, how you've helped me with my book, which is coming out on Monday. Yay!
Yay!
So I don't know if you want to talk to the ladies about that, and maybe Amy will turn up. Otherwise, our next speaker, she's not here yet, but she said she'll be here in 15 minutes, so we can start with her. But if you want
Well,
to.
Avi, what I'd like to do is I'd like to talk a little bit about your process that you went through with reclaiming your worth and talk about like the journey from you starting your manuscript and how, as you were outlining it and rewriting, how that has helped you actually get to where you are today, and then what you're going to be doing over the next few months.
Okay. So, are you going to ask me questions or for me to wrap it up?
Well, you know what? I just wanted you to start. Okay. So, why don't you talk a little bit about your journey with the process of writing your manuscript? And then I'll ask you a couple other. Go ahead.
Okay, so I've always wanted to write a book. This is actually my second book. My first book was written by a ghostwriter, and it was Breaking Free, um, Success After Domestic Violence. But I've been trying to write a book for the last 15 years. So I get with the contents page and I get everything in structure, and then I start writing and then I throw it away. So I never got to finish my book. So I had these wonderful, great ideas in my head. And because my children were still a bit young then, and it was very personal, that book, I was worried about if they'll get embarrassed about what I was going to be talking about in the book. And so I've been working with Wilda now. It's about 5 years now. Oh, Amy's here. So
yeah, I just saw that. I just let her in. So we can continue that and then we'll get Amy settled and then we can talk more. Thank you so much, Avi.
Okay. So Amy, are you ready? What time is it? We can start now. Wilda, you're on mute. I think you were trying to say something. You're also on mute, Amy.
It's 8, it's 48 after or 10 of wherever you're at.
Yeah, 10 minutes too. So
Yes.
welcome, Amy.
You.
I mean, Will, that you want to talk about your apps before Amy starts, or can Amy start now?
Well, you know what? I just want to say one thing, and basically, I will be the go-to when it comes to designing apps for your program. And actually, quite frankly, uh, Amy went through an app doing her book process. So we took
I
her
did.
through a 40-day app. And so we'll talk more about that because Amy's here and we're going to give her the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I shall get you off the floor. Remove Wilda. Thank you, Amy, for being on time. And I'm just trying to look for your. I love your hair, by the way.
Oh, thank you. So kind. I just had it recolored.
So,
Are you looking
Amy,
for? Oh, you got it. Great.
I got it. So, Amy Sherrill, creatress of Women's Worth Academy, which stands for WWA, is a modern day medicine woman for over 25 years, providing the skill sets and safe, sacred, transformational space for the deep healing that is imperative to come home to your sovereign throne as the queen you inherently are. That is so true. This, in turn, has a ripple effect that heals humanity, leaves the legacy women desire for their daughters and sons of the world, as it is a woman in her feminine power that heals the world. So true. I love that. Amy's work liberates you from the international prison of the mind, of the lies and social programming that prevent you from truly valuing yourself and the magical gifts you offer as a woman, where you can live your life unapologetically expressed and your terms and on your terms. She has shared the stage with global leaders such as Marianne Williamson, and touches the hearts with her deep spiritual women's wisdom, teaching, and inspiration. She is the embodiment of her message and has been invited to speaking gigs all over the United States as well as Dubai, and has been published and featured in a plethora of media. So, Amy, are you ready? I'll unpin
Yes,
myself.
I am here. I am here with all of you. I am ready.
Okay.
Yes. So as we begin, I have just a little question so I know how to create the container for our time together. What is my time frame?
45 minutes.
Oh, right. So that would take it right to about 10. I'm in channel right now. Can someone give me that math? What is that? 10? Oh, wait, it's a different time zone for me.
Yes,
Anyway,
you're EST. So
yeah.
I'm in London, so we're 5 hours apart.
Yes. I got it. Okay, great. And my other question is, do you just want me to take the room and guide these women through, or do you want to interview me, ask me questions, just so I can support our
No,
time?
whatever you no, you do your thing.
Okay, just want me to do my thing. Okay, I'm going to do my thing. Well, welcome everybody. Ebby, thank you for the beautiful introduction. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your grace and patience through this process and bringing me on and being a part of this amazing soul nourishing summit. When Ebby invited me, it was an immediate divine yes, because it's what I stand for. And what I can say, I've been in this work a long time, and I've taken myself through this work. Um, I could share a little bit about my story in a little while, right? And what I have noticed is that at the core and the root of every woman is a forgetting of her power, a forgetting of her worth, because our power is directly correlated to our worth. And I find that women will often seek their worth outside of themselves because
Our society has programmed us to do that. Yet what that does is it disempowers us. And so what I want to say is our time together and your life journey is an invitation to come home. It's an invitation to come home to you. Thank you, Wilda. It's an invitation to remember. Now, when I say remember, for me, throughout the years of me in this work, I have noticed, because I allowed myself to reconnect with my intuition and my intuitive gifts, and we all have them in our own way, I began to see words in a different way. So I invite you, if you have pen and paper, feel free to write this down. Write down the word remember, yet put a dash between after the RE. I'm going to do it in the chats right now. I'm going to do it in the chat and let me know if you can see that. Remember. Okay, so just give me like maybe a thumbs up or something so I know that I chatted to the group as opposed to anything else. Okay. Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. So I love our connection as we're connecting here. I want you to know that I have nothing scripted. I could do scripting. I've been on stage my whole life, basically. And I've been speaking about this work for 25 years, and I have found, and I kid you not, every single effing time I'm about to go on stage or about to present or about to connect, it's about the channel. It's about what's meant to come through for the awakening of your hearts and your souls and your embodiment. So I love that right now. And I know, I believe there'll be a replay. People will be listening to have the availability to listen to this after, right? Because I know we have like hundreds of.
Yeah. I'll have to figure out the technology, but I've got Wilda, the expert, so she can.
Exactly. Full and flow. That's Women Unite. We come together, we support, we rise, we help each other. By the way, I'm a New Yorker at heart, originally from New York, lived in LA for about 20 years. I'm now in Colorado for about 3.5 years. I'm from the States, apparently. So it is very challenging when I feel that sister heart connection for me not to say the word fuck. So I hope that's okay with all of you because it's a passion word for me. And I find whenever I'm in lovely sisterhood connection, it can tend to come out. So that okay with everybody? If it's not, it's part of the representation of we just be you, do you, be you. And I've noticed in the decades that is something that never goes away no matter what stage I'm on. Like the etiquette is out the window. Yet I have found that fuck the etiquette. No more editing ourselves. Because that disconnects us from our value again. It disconnects us from us feeling free, us being able to be me. And that's my invitation for all of you is exactly, Rosalind, do you. Do you. I remember this is back in 2013. When I lived in LA, I went to a center called Agape Center. Feel free to like raise your react in the comments, maybe put a thumbs up if you know of Agape, Michael Beckworth. This is back in the day. Clearly my soul remembers. Yeah, Wilda knows. Well, it's a beautiful spiritual center, Evie knows. And I remember he would get so excited. I mean, the energy was just moving through him like crazy. And he would start jumping up and down and he would just say, be you, boo, be you, boo. And there's something in that even as I share that with you, can you feel the energy that's exuding of the be you, right? When we don't allow ourselves to be you, when we're so stuck in our head of worrying what other people are going to think about us, worrying if we're going to be perfect or not. Spirit's right here with all these thumbs up, right? Worrying if we say something and then someone's going to be mad at us. Feeling guilty for doing what we want to do. Feeling as if we're not a good mother, sister, daughter, parent, partner, spouse, employee, colleague, whatever it may be, if we give ourselves what we need before we give it to the other. Feeling like we're a bad person if we take care of ourselves or we're selfish if we give ourselves what we need first. Please go ahead and chat in the comments. Type the word yes if any of this is resonating for you. I want to get a pulse in the room. How is this landing for you? Do any of you suffer from the feelings that come up, the thoughts, right, of feeling guilty, of feeling lazy when you need to rest, and feeling like productivity is the promise to prosperity? Any of this landing? Yes, I'm getting some yeses. Trying to manage other people's perspective of who they think we should be. So over it. Totally. I want to speak to that. Thank you, Rosalind, for bringing this to the room. Because, yeah, productivity, this is a promise, definitely landing. I'll get to that too. Because I want to share something with you first. I invite you to remember these words. When two or more women gather, magic is amplified. And the reason being is because we as women carry the portal of magic. We are magic. It's who we are. We are creative energy. Magic is creative energy. We are the architect of our life. We are the co-creator of our life. Every human being is, however. Women are far more powerful than men. Now, this isn't saying that we are superior to men. It's not that. It's that we are more powerful. We have been given gifts. We have been incarnated as the goddess in a female form with gifts that men do not carry in their form. They carry other gifts. Yet we've been raised in a society, yep, it's landing, that honors the man's way. Now, please, I really want to preface, this is not about man bashing. We do better together when we're in union, men and women. It doesn't have to be romantically or spouse. It's just a matter of where we honor the gifts of the woman, the gifts of the man. And we've been raised in a society that has totally desecrated, disconnected, and destroyed and disvalued the gifts of the woman. And so how can we as women possibly inherently at the core feel totally confident, like naturally feeling totally worthy, not having these negative thoughts or worries in our head when we are living in a society that doesn't unconditionally support, love, and support us? Type yes in the comments if any of this is landing for you. If you've ever had experiences where you felt like you weren't heard, or you weren't seen, or you weren't understood. Yes, I'm getting yeses. Yes, we work better honoring the feminine and the masculine together. Exactly. Let's take a deep breath just to allow this to kind of drop in. Because we are, as women, are in our power when we are plugged in, when we are connected in our body, we're grounded in our body, we are embodied, and breath will bring you into your body. Deep, slow, sensual, spicy, soft breath. Being in connection and union with your breath being one of the highest priorities in when you walk in this world, that your relationship is deeply connected with your breath. Because when you're in your breath, it brings you present into your beingness, into your body, and that will help you to reconnect to your higher consciousness, to your intuition, to where all the answers lie, which are not outside of you. They are within. Yet our answers and our confidence and our worthiness cannot connect within us if we are not connected. And so my invitation is, as you take this deep breath, just take a pulse without judgment, just for a moment. Close your eyes and without judgment, take a deep belly breath and see what happens. Does your body even do it? Are you connected to where your breath goes in your body? Again, this is an awareness assessment check. It's no judgment here. This is self-discovery. This is the practice of self-love, self-relationship. Breathe deeply and see where your radar is, where your barometer is in your relationship with your breath. If I were to take you through a breath right now where you breathe in slowly for a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you hold it. And then you exhale slowly for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you hold it. And try that again. Inhale for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And exhale. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And allow your breath to become natural again. Type in the comment how that experience was for you. Type if it was easy. Type easy if it was easy for you to breathe and you were deeply connected. And type hard if you found that there was tension in your body, or when you first started to breathe, did you notice, wow, I don't normally breathe like this. Yeah, easy as I practice this, very soothing, very freeing. What if I told you that you could feel this all the time? Type yes if you would like to feel easy, freeing, soothing all the time. Yes, need to do this more. Yes, it's precious. I say it's precious because precious is who said yes. And I love that word, that name, precious. What a gift, precious, that you were named that. That's beautiful because we are all so precious. And yes, breath is life. Without breath, we are not here on this planet anymore. So I want to take a moment to touch upon what came up in the comment about trying to manage other people's perspective of who they think we should be and being over that, right? I want to provide a tip on how to overcome that and reclaim your power. So go ahead and type me if you would like to know that tip, that life-changing tip to come into your power. Yeah. All right. Whenever we try to manage somebody else's anything, whenever we try to manage wanting someone to be different so that we feel better, that's really where it's coming from. That's a piece of where it's coming from. We are inadvertently giving our power away because the minute we focus our attention on the other, we are deflecting our attention from ourselves. We are deflecting from being in the self-inquiry of what is making me uncomfortable about the way the other is expressing themselves. And what I have found is oftentimes, this may or may not be true for you, yet I have found most often, one of the reasons that we as women especially, right, because we have an inherent need to feel safe. And the majority of us as women have not been raised in a way that we feel safe. I mean, I honestly, when I witness humanity, I honestly believe, I honestly see that no human is inherently unscathed by the unsafety of the world because we have not lived in a world yet that is safe. Our world inherently is not in harmony. We're striving towards that. That's why we're seeing a whole purge of, I won't get into it for time reasons, but we are seeing a purge happening of all the pain all the pain that's showing up as hate. And there's also an awakening of all the pain that's creating the pressure for those of us that are doing the work to break free from it and to hold the light and the love that we need on this planet now. And we do. And this is why it's so important that we don't want to focus on the other, especially the other who is expressing themselves probably not in a way that's of the highest love and light. Type yes in the comment if you would agree with that, right? Like we're usually not triggered or trying to manage somebody else when they're like easy in to be with, right? It's usually the people that are really making us uncomfortable. That's why we want to change them. But that's where you lose your power. So this is what I want to share with you. So first of all, the tip is to be loving on yourself. Notice that when you do that, and we do, it's the human condition. We are always in the dance of ego or spirit. Do I walk with human condition or do I align with my higher spirit, right? We have choice in every given moment. We are on this earth school to learn, to grow, to choose who we want to be because we have the ability to be sovereign and free. We also have the choice to internally imprison ourselves. So any discomfort that's happening in our world, in our inner microcosm, inside of our community or our relationships or our work experiences or our thoughts or our emotions, anything that's happening in our little world, right? Is something that we are co-participating in. We are self-creating that. And we want to see life through these eyes of everything outside of me is here to help empower me. Everything outside of me is here to help empower me. So that means when the other is upsetting to us, we want to see through the eyes of, oh, this person is helping to empower me. So let me not focus on them. Let me focus on me. What is coming up for me? What discomfort am I feeling inside me? And why? And when you unravel this journey of self-discovery, of self-inquiry, of self-empowerment, it will always bring you to the divine answers that then empower you. So, for example, yes, thank you. I see nods for those videos that are on, right? Because this is how we break free from conscious or unconscious victimhood. So many of us are on the healing path. You wouldn't be here if you weren't desiring empowerment, right? I mean, type yes in the comments if you agree with that. Like something brought you here, right? Something has you on this call. Something has you in connection with me live right now. We wouldn't be in this union if there wasn't sort of something that is here for your awakening, for your empowerment, right? That's what this whole summit is about, is rising into remembering who we are. Remember, R-E dash member. Remembering is a dash membering of all the places where you've been cut off from your power. And when you're cut off from your power, you're cut off from your ability to really consciously create the life that brings you the highest joy. When there's any disconnect within self, it opens up like cracks in the door for worry and self-doubt and fear and questioning to come in. Type yes in the comments if you ever have thoughts. Be honest with yourself. Do you ever have thoughts of worry? Do you ever have thoughts of like the what if or bad things going to happen before you have the thoughts of good things, something good is going to happen, right? Do you ever have thoughts of like if you need to speak with somebody and it's maybe something that you feel, oh, this is going to be a difficult conversation, that immediately your mind goes to, oh my God, this is going to go down bad, or I'm going to get attacked, or this is going to hurt the relationship, or what if they abandon me? Versus, oh my God, I can enter into this difficult conversation and it can make the relationship deeper, or it can help to empower me, or it can help to enlighten something that has a positive impact where we can both move into deeper relation and have a better relationship. Like, really, in honesty, when you know you need to speak with somebody about something that maybe you're a little fearful about, right? Or it's a little difficult, but you need to address it. What are the first thoughts that come up? I have never once heard a woman, and this is really a big piece of my work, is bringing women into possibility, because our brains and our programming is so conditioned into, oh my God, I'm not safe. I'm not safe. I gotta be in defense mode all the time. It's not safe for me to express myself freely. It's the fear of what if versus what can be. And so the what if is the fear of what if. And the what can be is the I remember my power. I remember that I can move and shift and raise the vibration of a room. I have the ability, and we all have this ability, to move and raise the vibration of another person, but we can't be attached to that desire. We only need to show up in our loving space, in our love, and be able to express freely from a loving, compassionate, empowering, self-advocating voice without having any attachment of how the other person will receive it. It's all about what your intention is. If your intention is to get other people to like you or agree with you or see your point or understand you, it will never go well, because those intentions are from ego. They're from taking. And unconsciously what's happening is you're doing exactly what you are annoyed of what's being done to you. Type yes if any of this is landing. Because I like so many things of like what I thought I would maybe talk about, but this is what's coming through. And I always trust in these sacred women circles, yes, to speak through what is coming through in the moment. So here's your step-by-step process in the tip to becoming the empowered empress, the way towards that, the journey towards that, in becoming steady and calm and confident. So I'm going to wrap it in a little bow and do a little bit of a recap. We talked about breath. My invitation is that a practice of worthiness and self-love is when you practice your self-care commitments. You make what you need to heal and regulate your nervous system your highest priority. My time is short with you today, right? I have 45 minutes versus a year-long mentorship program where I could take you through this and transform your life, you know, your whole beingness transforms into that queen, right? Yet these tips, if you practice them, they will begin a gateway that would literally change how you feel in your being.
Can I just ask a quick question? There was something in the comment, what's the collective? So I don't know if that's the question is coming from what you said earlier, so we don't miss it. Oh.
Yes, Will, did you want to type in or unmute yourself and share with me what you?
You know, based on what's happening everywhere, but I totally hear all kinds of things, you know, the age of Aquarius and women are going to be taking over the world. Then the other, you know, last week, some craziness happened here in the States in regards to, and I've heard from my Caucasians friends, well, if they're doing that to, you know, Caucasian women, what's the state of women in America today? So I hear you and all of this stuff because I totally am embracing everything you're saying and the
Yes.
speaking up and all of that. But then, even then, in my programs, I talk about being visible, but right now the fear is real. Women are there. So, yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's what I meant by the collective.
Oh, that the fear there's a collective energy of fear in the collective consciousness. Is that what you were speaking of?
Right.
And a
Yes.
thing specifically with women, that women are feeling,
Yes.
yeah, that women are feeling incredibly unsafe more than ever. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. So I'll speak to that in a moment. When I'm speaking about speaking, expressing yourself, I'm talking about in relationships. I'm not talking about just posting whatever the fuck you want to post on social media. All right, because social media is not a safe space. All right, because you don't know what's coming in. There's it's Wilda, what I hear, what you may be speaking of is about how do we as women practice discernment so that we know how to keep ourselves safe. Does that land? Is that what? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Um, yes, this is a journey. This is a process. This is a way of becoming. Um, the way for us as women to feel safe is we need to be able to discern what is a safe space, what is not a safe space, when to speak up, when to stay silent, not out of fear, yet out of safety, right? Knowing, um, what I can say in the few minutes that I have left, because this is like in my boundary course, I actually have a whole course on this. But we as women will not have the ability to truly discern whether we're functioning from fear or love, whether we're truly able to discern what is a safe space for us or not, if we are not connected to our intuitive connection. So this brings it back again to the first step being our breath. Because if we're not in our body, and then we can't feel what's happening inside our body. And our body is a vast, intelligent vehicle. Our mind and our thoughts and our brain is not where our power lies. It's a tool meant to serve us, yet our world has made it a servant which has disempowered us. And most women and human beings, they often live in a disconnected, disassociated state because it's not safe to be in their body. Or, and forgive me, we want to be honest here, for the healing for women. We as women, many of us have not been safe in our body. It literally has not been safe for us to be in our body. Things have happened to us physically, things have happened to us energetically, being sexually objectified. You guys all know what I'm talking about. It's a very real thing. Let me just put the slide down for a second. Okay. The sun is shining in. This is what Linda was talking about, being safe and listening to about. Yeah. So our power, so that we can then be able to trust ourselves, because that's really what I would say, Wilder, is what you're speaking of, right? Is how do we connect to self-trust and trusting ourselves so then we could discern what's safe, what's not safe, right? And we do live in a world that is very irate right now. We do live in a world of give me a second. Consciousness is always seeking wholeness. Our planet has been raising its consciousness for a long time now. This is the age of Aquarius that Wilder, you were speaking of. The age of Aquarius came in right around the late 60s, early 70s, about 55 years ago. It's the age of harmony, the age of Aquarius, the age of Aquarius. It's the rising of consciousness. Now, interestingly enough, little fun fact, the song The Age of Aquarius was written by the band called Fifth Dimension. Right. Yeah. So what's happening is we're going through this purge, and there's been our society for eons and eons and eons has never made soul alignment and healing a conscious priority. And what I mean by that is the world that we've lived in has made ego a priority, power, greed, money, relationships, right? As opposed to the collective conversation being, am I loving? Am I caring? Am I kind? Am I healing myself? Am I focusing on my healing? And because we come to this planet on Earth School for healing and wholeness, we can't escape that journey because that's why our soul is here. So, because so many souls have chosen not to heal, we're in a place now where human beings cannot escape their healing. Now, whether they're going to choose to do the healing or not is their choice. And that's why we're seeing so much of this. I don't have words for it, right? I mean, um, horror. That's really the word. And this is nothing new. We've seen the horror over and over and over again, the persecution of people. And here we are again, and here it is again happening in the States. You know, I mean, it's been happening all over the world, but there's that thing that's happening, right? So in answering your question, Wilder, I'll just finish that piece. We are in an incredible time of humanity because we're really at that tipping point. We're really in that wake up. And so those that we can't escape feeling the discomfort of our healing. The only way to heal is to feel. Yet there are many human beings that have no desire to heal. And those are the people that you see, like the person that, we know what happened in the States. A woman was murdered. I mean, it's horror. There is horror happening. That person, from a soul perspective, from the eyes of the soul, is somebody that has so much pain, that is so cut off from their ability to feel or deal or want to heal, that they're in full on disconnect from their human spirit that has connection to caring. People inherently are not evil.
No.
Their behavior becomes bad, and it's very, it does get to a point, and we've seen this before, and we've seen it happening in the world forever, where people hurt people. But healed people don't hurt people. Only hurt people heal people. So our discernment as women is to pull back. The way that we keep ourselves safe is we need to work on ourselves so that we can reconnect to our intuitive connection. We can heal everything inside of us that is keeping us feeling disembodied and disconnected and disassociated and unsafe from being in our own body. That's basically the journey home. And I feel like this is now pulling it together. And I know that I'm coming into time of that being the answer in the moment of the way home and the way to feel safe as women is we need to do our healing work. Because if we don't feel safe in our own bodies because it's too scary and uncomfortable to be in our body. And I get this, I speak from experience, you know? And so my invitation is start with your breath. Start with staying connected to your breath so that you can begin to feel, what are you feeling inside of you when you're around other people? What are you feeling inside of you when you're navigating your day-to-day life? Does your breath ever get tight? Does your breath get shallow? Do you ever feel overwhelmed? Do you feel these feelings that don't feel good? The more you are in your body, if you haven't been in your body, the more uncomfortable you're probably going to start to feel. But that's the path to begin to heal. And then you, of course, want to work with the right mentor that can take you through that journey because you can't do it alone. I met my spiritual mentor 25 years ago. To this day, I continue to study with her because it's a life journey and we're always unwinding, we're always unfolding. And I was once somebody who was in a very disempowered, disconnected, disassociated state from trauma upbringing. But I can tell you that I've been on a journey and I've healed myself and I'm continuing to heal myself. And I've walked thousands of women through this journey, and the possibility of being free is possible. So I hope this answers your question a little bit
Thank you
more.
so much. Yes,
Yeah,
you did. Thank you.
yeah. But I will say,
Evie,
be just, yes.
your hand was up, Evie. Did you want to say
Oh yeah,
something?
yeah. I wanted to say, yeah, because you were talking, you were giving your steps, and I just wanted to say that something that really profound. I think it's not. It seems like it's getting. I guess it depends on where you are, because like you said, this is a necessary journey that we have to go through because of what has happened centuries ago, or decades ago. I don't know how long ago, but because of what we've been going through, this is a necessary step. These are necessary steps that we're seeing. But I like what you said at the beginning, where you said that when we are thinking about the wrong, because nobody's bad, they just
Hmm.
exhibit some behaviors that are probably not acceptable. So when we're giving away our power when we are looking at the other person as bad.
Yes,
We're just so you're taking some of your energy onto the energy of that, which is what I don't know, but what I'm saying is, what you were saying is that we need to focus on ourselves. And as you focus on yourself, these things that look like chaos begin to become clearer. You know,
yes,
people are choosing, and I know it kind of sad, but people are choosing on a spiritual level where they want to be. The important thing is that we focus on ourselves, and if we're not focusing on ourselves and we're focusing on others, we are giving some part of our power away, and that's not going to help us in the collective growth. So if we want that collective growth, we need to really focus on ourselves and stop focusing on the outside. It's just
yes, yes. Yeah, exactly. Because our power, yes, you hit the nail on the head, is not in this world that we see. It's in the invisible realm. Again, I wish I had like a whole year with all you guys, or even a whole day, or you know what I mean? We can go into a whole deep dive or like a weekend, which I do offer all of that. You're all welcome, to spend that with me. But this is where we can really work more individually and go deeper around these conversations where then we actually become sovereign and free and become the healing light and love and possibility for the change for ourselves and the planet. We really have that ability.
great. So, do you have more steps, or are you where you? Because you still have time.
Oh, good. How much time do I have? About
Well,
5.
I mean, it depends. If you finish now, then the next week you can start. But the next week is scheduled for 6 o'clock, which is 1 o'clock your time. No, is it 1 o'clock your time? Are you EST? Yes,
I'm
1 o'clock.
I'm no, I'm a mountain, so that's 11 o'clock my time.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, so we got a little bit of time then, huh?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you can. I mean, the next week is here already. So if you finish,
Oh,
then
okay. So we're
you
kind of
go
rolling.
on. If you're not finished, then you can finish because you got your steps. You were talking about steps, I
Yes,
think.
yes. So yeah, why don't we just take like a few more minutes? Um, so the first step is is the awareness. Awareness is the key to transformation. And it's about being connected to what you are feeling, thinking, and there are it's being connected to what your emotional state is. Those are your feelings. Your emotional state would be I'm pissed off, or I'm hurt, or I'm scared, or right? Those are the words to the feelings, okay? But those, feelings, right? I'm feeling overwhelmed, right? Then there's the somatic sense, and this is where your power is. The somatic sense is taking the time, and this is where like the challenge can be. This is where you really want to work on this because this is where your power home is you sit with what does the feeling of being overwhelmed feel like in my body? viscerally. So what I mean by viscerally is, so for example, perhaps there's a thought. So you have your feelings, which then can be associated as thoughts. And perhaps there's a thought of, I'm feeling unsafe. This feels unsafe for me. What would be the visceral feeling? Perhaps it's your breath starts to get shallow, or your heart starts to race, or if there's a feeling of being overwhelmed, which again is the thought, the brain associating a word to the feeling. We want to the key to unlock that is to unloop the thought body, connecting a word to a feeling without getting into the felt sense, the visceral, the somatic. That's where your power is. That's where you unlock all the tension and trauma and tightness in your body, where then you can begin to infiltrate your safety and being embodied. And so what that would look like is, so for me, for example, if ever I feel rushed, feeling rushed is not a good feeling for me. I don't like being rushed. Any of you like being, like, type yes if you like being rushed. I doubt you do, right? Who wants to be rushing? But often, right? It's like a normal way. Our world is actually keeps us in a rush state, right? Got to go from here, from there, for there, like, and it's like a frenetic energy. It's this chaotic energy. But it was familiar from my upbringing because I grew up in a lot of chaos, right? So then I would recreate this in my life of always being rushed. And then as I began my healing journey, I began to be like, I don't want to feel this way anymore. It doesn't feel good to me anymore. And so I started to go deeper and I realized, wow, when I start to feel rushed, I literally start to hold my breath. Like it goes, I'm a seasoned yogi. I've been practicing yogi for, 25 years. And I've noticed, right? Yeah, that when I'm relaxed, my breath is deep. Like my breath is deep, deep here in my belly. It's oh, and when I breathe deep in my belly, naturally, like a baby with the diaphragm, that's how you want to breathe. I feel my shoulders relaxing. I literally feel it draining. And I actually feel, even as I talk about it, can you see how I'm like lighting up? I feel so joyful and wonderful. And I have no negative thoughts. Like, it's just like, yeah, I feel like it's just great, Like, I'm literally, this is what it feels like. And my breath, right? And as I'm in this vibration of elation, and I feel my breath moving in my lower belly and my mid belly and my diaphragm. The minute the thought of feeling rushed comes up for me, I kid you not, it's like this. I hold my breath, all my breath goes up here. I feel my throat tightening. So these are visceral sensations of a reactivity, a reaction that's happening inside most somatic body from an old default pattern of being raised in chaos and always being rushed and always being in fear. And that was the default. My body would go into like that freeze. But what does the freeze like feel like? And so that's the navigation, is that walking in your life more intentionally is developing this ongoing relationship with yourself, as if like you are the newborn baby. You are your newborn baby. You hold yourself the way your infant would need to be held. As a mother, some of you have had children, some of you probably might not have had children. But those who have had biological children, when your baby is an infant, that is your highest priority, right? You are always, that is your highest focus. That's one time when, yes, you always need to focus on the other, right? But it's a different, get what I'm saying. You want to be that way with yourself, being attentive to yourself all the time, like you would be with an infant, with your infant. And that will change the game, yeah. Then you start to feel what's going on in me, just like with your infant. You're always have that pulse on your infant. What's happening with your infant? Is your infant breathing? Is your infant crying? Is your infant shaking? Is your infant warm? Is it right? Yeah. So you want to start being that way with yourself is, am I calm? Am I comfortable? Or am I crying inside? My cats are going crazy with you right now. And so it starts with your breath, because you can't feel what's happening inside of you, and your breath will get you present to your body. That's what it is. It'll help to snap you out of the thoughts in your brain, which 99.9% of them are untrue anyway, until you start recreating them to become true. And then they become your truth. Again, a whole other story. Thoughts become things. We want to be careful what we're thinking, but we need to be aware of what we're thinking, right? And be on it. Let me tell you, being intentional is like, really, it's not easy to be present every single fucking second of your life, but it's possible. It's a practice. It's a practice, and it makes permanence. And so what I'll complete with is, you start with your breath. You notice what are the emotions that you're feeling. And often the brain, the thought body, will then associate a word with those emotions. That is not your truth. That will keep you in a loop, and it can keep you stuck. And this is where traditional therapy has its place, but it can keep people stuck because it keeps people in the loop. Well, what are you feeling about that thought? And how does that thought make you feel? And it's like, but we're not addressing what's happening somatically. What is those feelings and thoughts eliciting and activating inside of your somatic body? The tightness of the throat, the trembling, the tightness in the chest, the feeling, the gut punch in the stomach, right? Any of you ever felt those feelings before? They don't feel good. We want to run away from them. But what I want to say is, you need to start running towards them. And I want you to start running towards them, because when you're with them, then what's really happening is you're being with your infant, with the infant that is hysterically crying. And this is how you learn how to self-soothe yourself. And when you hold a hysterically crying infant with love, and you don't abandon that infant will very, very quickly calm down. And that's the journey home. That's the tip, is to start practicing that. And you could always ask, when you have thoughts that are fearful, you could always ask, is it true? Like, is it really true? Or is it a thought I'm having in the moment?
I think that is it true is a very powerful question, because a lot of times our heads, because of the protection of the brain, the reptilian brain, we magnify things that are not really true. We think they're true because our head's telling us just to protect us. But a lot of times it's not true.
Yes. Look, from a spiritual perspective, and this is not bypassing all the horror that's happening in the world, and from the eyes of the ego, as I call it, the eyes of the ego sees it looking down, right? Looking down, witnessing what's happening. All of anything that is happening in the outside world that is eliciting a fearful response in you is an opportunity and a gift to help you heal fear within you, to become fearless. You cannot become fearless and be in true faith and love and feeling truly safe when you allow the fear in you to take you down. So doesn't mean you're not going to feel it, but you don't want to. An eagle doesn't live on the ground. A hawk doesn't live on the ground. They live up. They reside in the trees. They go down. And so my analogy to that is, the higher place of living is observer witness, loving awareness, right? Observer witness, loving witness. Being on the ground, it's like ground zero. That's the horror that's happening in this, what I call 3D world. We don't want to walk there. We don't want to live there. That's only going to take you down. If you're on ground zero of a battle, you're going to go down. Not safe, right? Don't live there. And I don't use the word don't a lot, right? I like to, it's invitational. And at the same time, I invite you not to live there, because then you become the prey to all the predators,
Yeah.
Birds are very smart. They live where it's safe. And
You want to talk about your free gifts then?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll put
Yes,
that
so
in the chat.
thank you. I have some free gifts.
Yeah.
One is nixing the negative self-talk and becoming your own best friend. I invite you to grab that. It's one of my teachings from my Radiant Reboot course, and it's going to take you through a quick, like 5-minute process that you can do every day on how to nix negative talk, how to become your own best friend. It's so powerful. It's a practice I've taken myself through. I've taken hundreds of women through this, thousands of women through this. And again, anything that I offer, I have not, it's been a birthing of what I've done myself. So I invite you to grab that free gift. You'll get an audio teaching. You'll get, it has like it has a whole piece to it, journal prompts. And yeah, it's really, really powerful. So go and grab that. And then I have my other free gift, if you want to pop that in the chat.
Oh, was that an offer or was that a free gift?
Pardon me?
I don't have the other free gift. I only have one.
Oh,
I must have.
let me pull it up then.
I must have missed it. Sorry.
That's okay. It's in the LinkedIn.
I think we need this in the world so much in terms of being the observer and the witness as opposed to being on
Yes,
ground zero, because we get dragged into ground zero, and
we
that's
do.
dragging everybody down as a
Well, it
collective.
does. It does. And this is where we have no, and this is why I continue to offer my work in the world. You know, people have said, why don't you retire yet? You know what I mean? And it's,
Yeah, you're a bit too young for that.
yeah, you know, but you know, it's, I could like go off and just, you know, but this is necessary in the world. And I know the power of when women work with me and what happens on the other side. So
I like what you said, about when two or more women gather, magic is created. I thought that was like, oh my God,
magic
that is so
happen.
true.
Well, look, the other free gift that I have is that invitation for us to come together. Um, it is an opportunity if any of you are resonating and are serious about considering working with me, exploring the programs I have to offer. I do have my Safe to Shine
Your
Your Light.
program, I'll put your program in there.
Oh, there we go. That's it. Yeah. So that's my link. You can book a complimentary clarity call with me. I do have my Safe to Shine Your Light 5-month program coming up. It starts next month. And it's one of my most popular programs. And we come together on live virtual calls in addition to other juiciness. So I have other offerings too. My Sacred University. I'll be having an in-person retreat in my home this year. Lots of different ways that we can come together that I can take you through your journey. So for any of you that are feeling the resonance, because I find with mentorship, it's a feeling that's unexplainable. It's either an extreme lean in or an extreme like resistance, but wanting to, like the push pull, right? So I just want to say if any of you are serious and you'd like to drop in and have a Zoom call and explore the possibility of working together and coming into some group work, some personal work, whatever it may look like, you can go ahead and book your call in that by grabbing that link. And that link will also have my email. So if any of the times don't work for you, you could always email me directly.
Great,
Yes.
thank you so much. This is it's been very calm, a very calm session.
Oh,
And yeah, I resonate with it because I'm into the being the observer, I kind of call it being the eye of the storm.
yes.
You're there in the eye of the storm, but you're not letting the external chaos, because that external chaos has to happen, because we've been like you said, it's more than how many years, 50 years, or since the year of Aquarius came in, and so this is what's going on, has to happen. We can't stop it. Nothing can stop it.
Look, consciousness is always wanting to become more conscious.
Yeah.
So we have free will, and at the same time, we're living on Earth School, which is about bringing to consciousness that which is unconscious. That's basically it. Bringing to consciousness that which is unconscious. So those of us that function unconsciously, And those are the ones that do harm because they're not conscious of their behaviors. They don't have the consciousness to consider what is my intention behind my action. How is my action going to affect the other? That's higher consciousness functioning, where we actually take into consideration, is this going to be loving for me and loving for the other? And so those of us that are functioning from an unconscious state, all that means is they're not conscious to their thoughts, to their actions, to their care for others. Those people will become unsafe and dangerous for us because they're not there. Like they're like, it's like a walking zombie, right? They're not present to how their behaviors affect others. They're not present to what they're feeling inside, why they're acting the way they're acting. They're acting from a reactive state.
And so we need to work on ourselves if we want to get to that place. Rather than concern ourselves with what other people are doing.
Yes.
We need to focus on ourselves so that, and hopefully that will ripple out to people that are ready to work on themselves.
Well, here's the thing, and this is what I'll leave you with. Let go of hopefully how it's going to affect others, because then there's still a threat of attachment.
Yeah, the attachment.
Yeah. This is what I'm going to leave you with. We are so powerful and everything is a vibration. We are vibrational beings. So if we want to be a change and make a change in the world and in our lives and in our communities and in our relationships with others, all we need to do is focus on our vibration. Because if we are in a world and we're matching this vibration and we don't like what we're seeing, and then we're like, I don't like what I'm seeing, then we're hooking into this, and then locked and loaded.
We're part of the problem.
Exactly. We do become part of the problem. So the way I look at, we raise our vibration.
Yeah.
And then automatically it opens up a space for the other to do what they want to do. And often that other will come to meet you, or they won't, but you won't be living in that vibration anymore. So you won't be in pain anymore. It's really, you're welcome.
That's great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I look forward. Yes, what were you going to say?
Wilda was going to say.
I am total smiles. Everything that you said resonated. And then I'm looking in the back and I'm looking also at your book, AV. So AV has her book out, and the only reason I'm bringing it up, I see your shoes in the back. And they're
I noticed the shoes too. I saw the shoes.
So we had some conversation about being worthy and shoes. So I just would like to hear. So AV, go there with that.
Say it again, Wilda.
So I just want to hear your thoughts on being worthy and shoes. And then
I love that. Look, those shoes behind me, it's so interesting. I can't recall the year that I bought them, but I bought them many years ago. I actually want to stand up and show them to you because they're like these really hot, like stripper type shoes. They have like but I got to be honest, I'm only dressed from the top up and I'm in sweatpants down.
Well, I'm not going to say anything.
Well, the story of the shoes is, first of all, I was Dorothy in the 5th grade. So those are the Dorothy shoes. And that 5th grade period was a time when I started to really dim my light. That's part of the story of, my personal story of how I had my own low self-worth and then, move through that and heal that. But as a young child, I definitely was born different and was not very understood. And there was just a lot of jealousy and attack from a very young age. And so in 5th grade, I got the lead part of Dorothy, and it was such an exciting time. And the understudy's mother was, why didn't my daughter get the lead? Why was she the understudy, basically, and didn't get as many times on stage? We did the play multiple times at the school, and I got the more popular stage time because honestly, I was considered better, the better singer. So her mother called the principal to try to get her daughter to get some of my time slots and try to take me off the stage. And it was that moment when I fully went into, I'm not safe with anybody. Because here was, not only did I have a lot of jealousy coming from um, people, my sisters and people that, my people my age. I had an adult woman try, the way that I received it was like try to take me down, and it again, we can go, there's so many stories here of our healing, it's these embedments of where we don't feel safe with other women, other sisters, other adult authority figures. And so that was that conscious turning point when I began my healing work. There was a moment in fourth grade and there was a moment in fifth grade that I clearly remember. My response was I just hid. It didn't feel good to have, I was just being me, shining my light, and then have people go into, we just want to take you away, crush you, and all of that. So the story of the shoes are, and actually I believe it was about, I do remember when it was 2015. This memory came up in my own healing journey. And the memory of fourth grade when I had a premonition dream and my sister made fun of me as a joke. But again, it was internalized of like, it's not safe for me to be intuitive, right? These memories started coming up when I was doing session work with other clients. It started to ping and awaken these memories in me. Remember, when we give a session, we get a session. We heal together as women. So I was having my own healing awakening as I'm working in session work with a client. Now, I went through years of training to be an energetic therapist and energetic healing arts. So I knew how to hold that for myself and be, oh, that's coming up. Let me shelve that while I'm in client session with a client. And then I went into work with my healing mentor about this memory. And it brought up this whole moment of these shoes. So these shoes represent that I can walk free.
Yes, that's it. That's what the shoes are about. In each chapter, I've got shoes, and yeah, it's about women walking through. And because we love shoes, most of us love shoes anyway. I've got shoes in each chapter, different shoes.
Oh, I have to get your
I've
book.
been looking at those shoes.
I can't wait to read it. Yeah, they're all sparkly and glittery.
Well, now you're going to have to add that to the story, to your book.
Thank you so much. This has been amazing. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Again, thank you so much for having me. This has been such a pleasure. I look forward to possibly speaking with some of you and continuing our journey together and us staying connected. You can always find me on Instagram, Women's Worth Academy, and you can always find me on Facebook, Amy Sherrow. Just DM me, Amy Sherrow.
Yeah.
Drop a DM. Let's stay connected. And
So what I'm
again,
trying to do, because I guess because of the time, a lot of people couldn't make it, so I'm hoping to like send them different. I'll divide it up to different talks and see, and obviously I'll give you yours so you can give it to your people that you know.
apps. Oh, wonderful. And I just put my info there so you guys have it.
Yeah, Women Worthy Academy. Okay, thank you. And next we have Diane. Oh, you're still there. I don't know.
Lots of love, everybody.
Night. So
thank you so
much. And I need Diane. So next we have Diane Kofi. Am I saying your surname right, Diane?
Perfectly right.
Okay. So Diane's a bit different. She's a nurse, registered nurse, and her journey is amazing. So I mentored Diane for a few weeks, and she's come all the way from Trinidad, and she lives in the UK, and she actually lives in Wales, which is Welsh, so they speak a bit different from the English, but yeah. And it rains a lot all the time. So I'll just introduce Diane. Okay. So Diane's an amazing lady. She's a registered nurse with over 20 years of experience, a life coach, and a powerful storyteller. Her journey spans heartbreak, identity shifts, migration, reinvention, and deep personal transformation. the kind that reshapes how you live and how you lead. What sets Diana apart is not just what she's survived, but how she's chosen to go through it. She brings honesty, compassion, and lived wisdom to every space she enters, reminding women that their stories are not something to hide, but something to honor. At the Worthy Woman Summit, Rising Summit, Dan will share how owning your story and reclaiming your voice can become a powerful pathway back to confidence, clarity, and self-worth. So I'm going to ask her a few questions, and Dan's going to give some answers. And feel free if you've got any questions to put in the chat or raise your hands. Wilda, I don't know if you can take care of people who raise their hands on the chat because I can't really see it right now. Are you there,
Yes,
Wilda?
I can.
Thank
I'm
you.
here and I will do that for you. Great.
Thank you. So, so tonight, Diane, we're exploring what it truly means to you to be a worthy woman. So, worthy in capital letters. So, W stands for worthiness, O stands for owning your story, R for resilience, T for truthfulness and transformation, H for healing, and Y for being yourself and being visible. So before we go anywhere else, when you hear the word worthy, what comes up for you now personally?
Hi, Abby. Thank you so much for the invite to speak in, to the opportunity to speak today. Um, for me, what comes up in my mind when I hear the word worthy, it's simply being true to yourself, being true to your healing journey. Because without being truthful, you really can't really heal. And I realized that a few weeks ago, actually, when I had a experience that I had to be truthful to myself. My nervous system was saying, "Then be truthful to yourself. Do you really, really think you need to go down this path right now?" Yeah. And when I confronted that truth for myself and expressed it to the person who was closest to me, I saw myself as a worthy woman. I was now free. I was now given that gift of honesty. Mhm.
So what does that word feel like in your body? Amy's just been talking about, the feeling in your body, and I talk a lot about words and body and how feeling what's going on in your body. So for you, how does that feel?
It feels like balance. It gives you a type of clarity and boldness that allows you to stand strong and stand firm. Yeah, that's what it feels like for me in my body.
So how has your relationship with work changed over time?
It
If it has
changed
changed over time.
for me, it changed because I'm now approaching 45 very fast and furious.
That's a good time.
Fast and furious. And
You're still in your youth.
and I consider myself a very late bloomer. Yeah, and being a late bloomer, I was in my earlys, very drifting, like most people drifting, but still knowing that, there's something more to give. I have something more to give. I have, and seeking your worth and going through so much experiences from life changes and just moving at the age of 40 from the Caribbean to the UK. Many people do this very early in their
That
lives.
was brave.
After your whole life, just turn up your whole life, my whole life. I Worthiness for me, the transition made me decide I have to find my true values, my true who am I now that I decided to start all over again at 40, at 42 actually,
Mm.
because I'm approaching 45 now. Yeah. I hope I was clear with that question.
Yeah. So I mean, if people can ask for clarification questions if they feel like. So the worth wound. So many women struggle with feeling not good enough, not
Mm.
enough. It's always this person's better than me. or I haven't got enough qualifications. Was there a moment in your life when you realized that you had tied your worth to roles, expectations, or you needed to be something for other people?
Yes. When that's a good question.
So
That's a
yeah, who were
deep,
you afraid of disappointing?
yeah,
What were you trying to prove?
that's a deep question because when I was back in Trinidad, I was married back then, and didn't have a direction really. I was seen as a very successful person. I had a good job. I'm a registered nurse for over 20 years. Um, a marriage, beautiful children, a daughter, house, everything like I needed. I lived in the Caribbean, and I looked successful, but within myself, I didn't feel that way. I felt that something was lacking, that I was just following the norms, the status quo. Grow up, go to school, get a degree, marry, have children, and just that's it. And I was like, no, this must be something more. And when my life started to shake, that transition, that said, there's something more. My parents, my mom in particular, she said, because certain things started to happen. She said that everybody looks up at you. I said, looks up at me. I say, and I don't even feel like if I could look up at myself, um, what are they seeing that I am not seeing? Probably they're seeing things that, not that I was dis- discontented or not valuing what I had, but I knew for myself that I had more to give, and I wasn't giving anything. I was just representing what every other person that went before me did. And it started to bother me. It started to shake, change my thinking. I have more to give. And then somebody said, my ex-husband at that time told me I was not contented. And that is a different story by itself. Yeah.
Yeah, so you shared that someone told you, you've named, you've kind of identified the person, that you're not contented, meaning that I guess you're not grateful was what he was trying to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
So how did that come and shape your inner dialogue, and what did it take to rise up beyond it?
Well, I guess when I heard it out loud, um, it kind of shook me because, as I said before, you try to do your best as a woman. You follow in the status quo. You marry. You go to you do your job. You care about. I'm a nurse, so my whole life is about caring, and you're doing your best, and yet the person that is supposed to be closest to you would tell you that you're not contented. It's not that I wasn't contented, but I just knew a fire needed to be lit. There was a brewing fire inside of me that needed a push, needed me to follow. And when I heard that, I sought out what did that look like? Because I spoke with other persons who knew me well, a good friend of mine, and they said, listen, if you're not contented, you don't have to be contented. That means there's something out there that you need to find, you need to give, you need to look for, go look for it, go seek it, and see what it is.
Yeah, I suppose it's the inner thing Amy was talking about. So the inner thing that you were lacking inside of you, not really knowing your real worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's courageous you move in country because totally different culture, different way of life, and as you said, you were successful, but coming here would kind of mean almost starting from scratch, which is, I mean, obviously you're not starting from scratch, but it's almost starting from scratch. It's not starting at the same level where you left off, which is really hard and very courageous, I think. Um, so you've lived through career dissatisfaction, family misunderstandings, and even near-death experiences. So can you talk a little bit about that? What made you decide to finally own your story instead of hiding away from it?
Oh, let's look at it at the concept of my near-death experience. I believe I was in my mid-30s, late 30s, and my appendix had ruptured. And at that time, I was under a lot of stress, and I was doing some negative things that was very harmful to my body. Yes, yes. I don't have to go through all the details, but it was harmful to my body. And
Like we do.
my body reacted. So sometimes when I realize that when you have parts of you that need healing, you tend to not give yourself that time to heal. And yeah, so my appendix ruptured. I end up I was delirious. The scenario was that I was delirious, ended up in the hospital. I got up the next morning with tubes all over me. And my daughter was about 7 years old at that time. And it was a scary experience because I'm very resilient to pain. And as a nurse, I didn't identify what was going on. I had to get other persons to go to the hospital, right now. And who weren't even medical. And yeah, that near-death experience shook me because I recovered. By the grace of God, I recovered. I had my family then rally around me and I recovered. However, my body recovered, but my mind didn't. And I found myself going back into that same cycle. Nothing was changing. I didn't have, but I knew something needed to be different. I needed to change. I needed to sort it out. And I couldn't find it where I was in that state because I didn't have the support at that time. And I kept looking. And when I reached ground bottom, I said, I have to move. I have to move. I
So
have to make a
what would you say
change.
was your breaking point? Was that when you reached, you said ground bottom?
My
Was that
breaking point,
after breaking, was that after many years after that, or?
no, it was like within the same year after
Mm,
healing. And I still had the same fire that said that this cannot be the end of me. I still have more to give.
mm,
I still have more to give. Seek it, find it. But yet I was considering everything else that I had to I have to, what's the word? I had to accomplish, say, be a good mother, stay at home and make sure my husband is well, um, stay at the same job for 20 years. I had to do all of that and I wasn't focusing on me,
yeah.
my healing, what I needed. And I think I needed to move.
And
When
you started doing that. So what gave you that permission to begin again?
the fact
You
that I was
explained
not going
before.
to wait for a next episode of me facing near death to realize that I am almost 40 and have done nothing really with my life to say. Yeah.
I wouldn't say you haven't done anything, but yeah. So you were looking for that inner worth,
Yeah,
worth,
that inner
like,
satisfaction.
yeah, like that. What Amy said. What was it? She said, yeah, about the magic that we have as women, and that's
Mhm.
so true. And yeah, you're beginning to get that all out. So you've reinvented yourself many times as a nurse, as a mother, as a woman rebuilding her life. Where do you believe your resilience comes from?
My resilience comes from my inner grounding. As a child, I grew up very religious. My father was a pastor. My father's father was a pastor, and they instilled that in us. You know, believe in a higher power. I'm not a practicing um, Christian right now,
Hmm.
but I believe heavily in a higher power.
Yeah.
I believe in spirituality.
Hmm.
And for me, that is listening to your inner self is what, and connecting to your inner self is what gave me that drive. Yeah.
So you believe it's not learned, it's remembered. So you remembered who you really are. You're
I remember.
remembering.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
remembering.
A foundation of spirituality.
Yeah. So, how can women begin to trust themselves again after heartbreak, disappointment, or identity loss? What's one small step that matters?
One small step that matters is to find the answers. Let me retract that. Last year, I discovered what was my core values. And I had a discussion with someone and I told them, if I knew what were my two core values all those years ago, I would have been a different person today. Look for it, discover it. What is we have many values,
Mhm.
but what are these two core values that will direct your life? Because if you live within your values, you tend to be more balanced. You tend to make good decisions, right decisions to help you move forward as a person and find your purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So again, reinvention. Wilda, feel free to interject if you've got any burning stuff going on in your mind. So reinvention, oh Mohibe, if you're still around, because I know you always got lots of questions. So reinvention requires honesty. What truths did you have to finally admit to yourself in order to transform? What was the hardest truth to face? What truth set you free? That sort of thing.
The truth is that I could have let go of what I was before. That it was scary letting go. It was scary facing it. And I think the move from Trinidad to the UK um, was was a bit of a bit dramatic. Some people might say, even you just
Yeah.
a bit dramatic. You just get to move and on your own and just start over. But I needed that extra space so that I could gain clarity. I could search for myself. I could find myself again so that I could be brave enough and truthful enough to stand on my own 2 feet and say, listen, I am a woman, and just because I'm a woman does not necessarily mean that I have to rely on all these crutches that I have. I could stand on my own feet, 2 feet. And I was hiding in Trinidad. I was hiding behind a lot of things, but I wasn't hiding from myself. And now that I have to face myself every day in the mirror and get up and go, regardless, because I starting over from rock bottom. I dive deeply into self development, personal development, audiobooks that save my life. I have a list of them. Therapy, which is a taboo subject in our country in Trinidad and Tobago, and which a lot of African and Black cultures is a taboo subject. I visited. Yeah, it is taboo, and I went deeply into therapy for a while, and I found myself. I found what I needed to shine again, to be myself, to be stronger.
That's
And
great.
coming out of that, I found my mentor, you, Abby. Thank you
Oh,
so much. And I'm able to share my light with a lot of other persons as well that I was hiding for.
yeah, I think you were hiding because it was there. I mean, I saw it the first day I spoke to you. It was already there anyway. So I was, yeah, but you didn't believe that was there, but you're beginning to believe, which is really really great. So this is great for women who are the same kind of journey that you're at, where they're not believing and seeing that it's possible. Because for me, I saw it straight away that you already have all these things. You can speak. You went to see the counselor in your and you're new to it, and you're talking and you're going putting yourself out there, coming out of your comfort zone and going into this thing. So, if we move on to like boundaries, so what boundaries had the biggest impact in your life, in your relationships, work, or yourself? Have I asked you that?
Boundaries.
Have I asked you that you that question.
No, you haven't asked me that question yet. What boundaries that I set? Boundaries that I discovered that I need. First of all, I discovered that I needed some boundaries. And I discovered that, just because I'm a carer and my life is about caring, that doesn't mean that I don't care for myself.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes we forget that. We forget that you need to take care. If you continuously give out and not put in, you tend to get really, really depleted.
Burnt out. So we had that conversation. You weren't there, and we've been talking about being burnt out and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, if you don't put anything into yourself, you do get eventually burnt out.
So one of the boundaries that I set for myself is that I need to take time to listen to me and to do my personal development, my audiobooks, my reading, and nobody can distract me from that. The other boundaries is that in my relationships, I demand certain things that I used to, and I blame it on my profession, that I used to let slide. That, certain people can't speak negative things into my life anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And quality conversations.
That's so good. So positive.
Yeah. I know what triggers me.
Mm-hmm.
I identify what triggers me, and if I'm triggered or if somebody is overstepping that boundary, I know what to say and how to cut it short.
Yeah.
I learned
I
that.
don't know if you listen to Amy, about the breathing, because that really helps. So when you get triggered, when you do that deep breathing, it helps you to focus and not get triggered.
Yes.
So she might be a good one to get in touch with.
And I learned also to live truly as a bold and balanced individual, both in public life, work, as well as privately. And that boundary is not going to be compromised. Sometimes those are my core values. I just sell it out. My core values are being bold and balanced.
Bold and balanced.
Freedom and balance.
Freedom and
if
balance.
those two things are out of line, I tend to not work well, right? I know that things are going to be shit in the end.
Yeah.
So if I weigh it out and it's not following my freedom, being free, my core value, or have some certain amount of balance, this is going to the shits. So I have to always think about that. Those are my boundaries.
Okay, so you got your core values and you set your boundaries, and you don't let anybody overstep.
No, or even me, if my personal decisions don't overstep.
Yes. Don't overstep. So yeah, that's great. So looking after yourself. So you're stepping into your voice more boldly now as a speaker, as a writer, and a guide. What helped you feel comfortable being seen?
Oh, what helps me? You know what really helped me be comfortable being seen? The fact that as a young person growing up, it was difficult for me to find somebody that I could relate to and talk to, that professional, or even that person who was that additional, that you could sound off ideas to. It was difficult for me to find that person. I guess because of our culture in Trinidad and Tobago, we don't speak much about it. And we might have influencers now, but it's not somebody that you could connect with. And I believe if all those years ago I was looking, then it have other persons who are looking too. And why not be seen? Why not have your voice be heard so that you could share your experience now? Because I also believe that going into 45, I have more to give now than I had when I was in my 20s or my 30s. I have more to say. Yeah, it's coupled with a lot of experiences, a lot of healing, and and understanding too. Yeah.
From your experience, why do you believe visibility is so important? You've just talked about it for women over 40 who
Mm.
are reinventing their lives. What happens when a woman stays hidden? So what becomes possible after they've been seen? So you're going through that experience now.
Mhm.
What happens?
What happens is that you have the potential to touch so many lives. I mean, in my career as a nurse, I touch lives
Hmm.
daily. You know, they might stay in the hospital for a few days and then go. I might never see them again.
Yeah.
However, if you choose to be seen as a speaker or somebody who is a mentor like yourself, or there for some persons to heal, you walk apart with that person continuously, and you're always there for them to reach out to you, and we could develop a long-term relationship. And being seen for me is part of my journey of being bold and balanced and free. Yeah.
Yeah, great. So if every woman listening could walk away with just one belief about her worth, what would you want her to hold on to?
One belief about her worth:
Worth, yeah.
you are worthy. Just be authentic, be yourself, and show up. Yeah.
You can do it, yeah.
Mhm.
So thank you, Diane, for sharing your amazing story. I don't know if anybody has any questions for Diane or wants to say
I
anything.
just want to say something. Hey, Diane, thank you so
Hey.
much, sweetie, for being here. You're just delightful. And you keep saying I'm 40, I'm 40, you kept going on about your age, and I'm looking at this sweet, beautiful young face, and you life, and to see you just doing it like our person earlier today, she said that she didn't start till she was 65. And, there's so many women who are in their 50s, 60s, 70s. I have a client who's 90 who feels like she didn't live her life. So I thank you for realizing that you still have the opportunity, and just know that it doesn't matter what you did yesterday. It's what you start today and going
Mm.
forward. And really,
Yes. Thank you so much.
yep.
Ibi, we're not hearing.
I'm talking to myself again. So thank you so much for sharing your story. I just think it's just such a brave decision. Moving countries. I mean, even when you're younger, you have all that. But moving after you're doing well where you are,
Mm.
and then moving to a strange place where you haven't got an idea of
Mm.
what it's like. It's a big challenge, and I really grateful for a woman like you who's digging deep and thinking, I need to be more of myself. I can give more. I can give more to other women. I can give more to my patients. But I have to give to myself first, find out what's in me.
Mm.
And I think that's just so amazing. And that's really a good wrap for this evening.
Yeah.
And thank you all the lovely ladies that have been here, beautiful ladies. I'm so grateful for your presence and for your time. And I hope to see you tomorrow. We've got some more amazing speakers. We had so many amazing speakers today. That was really good. I've learned a lot myself. And I tell you, writing my book, I learned so much too. And hopefully I'll get a chance to talk about it. Wilda, do you have anything to say? Maybe you can talk a bit
Well,
about.
you know what I'd like to say? I really would love for you to just tell people about what you're going to be doing, why you're doing these summits, how your
Oh,
book
you
has
mean
helped
me?
you. Yes, because it's all leading up to something. And so, as we've learned today, women really need this. And I think you should maybe talk a little bit about your chapters in your book, and how you
It's a
feel
bit.
it connects to today's work.
Yeah, it's a bit late. I think, but I guess people are tired. So I wrote the book which is Reclaiming Your Worth, A Woman's Guide to Living with Confidence, Clarity, and Self-Love. I believe strongly in self-love. So once you love yourself internally, so the inner work, and learning to, I know we see bad and good, but we are living in a realm where there's good, bad has to happen, and these things. And I think everything happens for us to learn. And so, for us to learn and be able to teach others, we have to first of all learn ourselves. And so, this book is about that, about self love, learning who you are, who you truly are, and standing up for what you believe, which comes once you know who you are. And when I say standing up for what you believe, it doesn't mean you're going rah rah rah. Right, you're more in peace doing these things. And it's got what inspired me to write it was my journey of um, well, the self discovery, I would say. So I didn't have a bad childhood, but I ended up in a bad marriage, which was toxic. And I thought, where did that come from? When I dig back to my roots, it did actually come from there because I did not have self worth. So, what was happening, I think Sally talks about that earlier, and so did, I think, Catalina. So, what happened was that I had lack of self worth. So, my energy was magneting the narcissist. And so that's why I wrote the book. So my journey writing the book was Wilder, who she has this app, amazing app. She's got loads of apps. I don't know how she does these apps, but she's got this one amazing app that helps you write your book, and it just puts it in a sort of structure. You get in a structure, a frame, and then you're able to start filling it in like a child. So she does direct you. And so that helped me out. So I took up the opportunity to write this book, which is coming out on Monday. Monday's the 20th, right? This is my proof copy.
Yes.
And you'll see that my cover, can you show them your cover? My cover is different from Will's cover. So that's the real cover. And I've got shoes in there because I believe that women, we need to take our step forward. And I love shoes too, like I said earlier. Did you want to hear more?
Yeah, well, you know what? You could tell them more tomorrow. And I really appreciate you and all the beautiful women that you had in
Yeah,
this
so
just in
yeah,
this one day. You're
so
gonna do a
tomorrow tomorrow is the 15th. We have Kelly breaking the worthiness algorithm. I'm really looking forward to that. And then I have an interview with Lyndon Thorpe, Dr. Lyndon Thorpe. She lives in Japan, and she's going to be interviewing me. We talk about the body and how feeling something like what Amy talked about, but she talks more about understanding the body. And I do believe that if you are aware of what's going on in your body, you're not reactive, because we're very reactive. Like something happens and we just go rah rah rah, and we need to be able to listen to our bodies so we can respond as opposed to react. We're going to talk about that. Then we have Nicole from Broken to Bold. That's great. And then Carrie, emotional wellness and self worth. And then Peyton, whole without a relationship. And Daima, redefining your power. So I'm looking forward to these lovely ladies who have helped me to grow um, these past few weeks. And just listening to them. Yeah. So
Well,
that's it.
that was beautiful. That's
Okay.
it. It's a wrap in Hollywood.
Okay, so bye everyone. And thank you for attending, and hopefully see some of you tomorrow.
Yes, thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
Bye,
you, ladies.
everyone. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yes, will do.
Bye.